So today I'm excited to release a new Microsoft Cloud Certification course. This time it is SC-900, which is Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals. My name is Sushant Sutish, and I'm going to be your instructor for this entire course. I am certified at an expert level on both Microsoft 365 and Azure. Thank you so much for your engagement and the support you're showing for the YouTube channel and a Guide to Cloud initiative. So let's find out who are the audience for this course. This course is targeted to those who are looking to familiarize themselves with the fundamentals of security, compliance, and identity across Microsoft cloud-based services. The audience or students of this course may include business stakeholders, IT professionals, or students who are interested in Microsoft security, compliance, and identity solutions. So let's look at the exam prerequisites. The students who are planning to appear for this exam should be familiar with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 and want to understand how Microsoft security, compliance, and identity solutions can span across these areas to provide a holistic end-to-end solution. Now let us explore the study areas for this exam. This exam includes 4 study areas. The first one is all around describing the concepts of security, compliance, and identity. This is where you will learn about shared security model, what is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, who manages what, things like that. The second module, it's all around describe the capabilities of Microsoft Identity and Access Management solutions. This is where you will dive deep into understanding Microsoft Azure Active Directory capabilities and features. The third topic is describe the capabilities of Microsoft security-based solutions. So I will take you through all the Microsoft security solutions from both Microsoft 365 World and Azure. And the last study area is describing the capabilities of Microsoft compliance solutions. This includes all the compliance features Microsoft can give you to safeguard your data. The percentage indicate the relative weight on each area in that examination. The higher the percentage, the more questions that you can expect on the examination. So when you study for this examination, be sure to read the examination page for specifics about the skills that is covered in each area. So let me give you a high-level overview about this course playlist. So this course is divided into bite-sized videos which cover all the topics required for you for the examination. So during the preparation of this course, I have taken the material from Microsoft Learn and MCT study guide to prepare this course for you. I hope you find it useful. In the next episode, we're going to learn about the Zero Trust methodology. As more and more business data is being accessed from location outside of the traditional corporate network, security has become a dominant concern. Organizations need to understand how they can best protect their data regardless of where it's being accessed from and whether it sits on their corporate network or in the cloud. In this lesson, you will learn about a vital security methodology called Zero Trust model. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Alright, so let me start with helping you understand what is the Zero Trust methodology. Zero Trust assumes everything is an open and untrusted network, even resources behind the firewalls of the corporate network. The Zero Trust model operates on the principle of trust no one and verify everything. The attacker's ability to bypass conventional access control is ending by illusion that traditional security strategies are sufficient. By no longer trusting the integrity of the corporate network, security is strengthened. In practice, this means that we no longer assume that a password is sufficient to validate a user, so we add multi-factor authentication to provide additional checks. Instead of granting access to all devices on the corporate network, users are allowed to access only to the specific application or data that they need. Now let's understand the zero trust guiding principles. The zero trust model has three principles which guide and underpin how security is implemented. These are: verify explicitly, using least privileged access all the time, and assume breach. Let me explain you one by one. So what does it mean by verify explicitly? You should always authenticate and authorize based on the available data points, including user identity, location, device, security or workload, data classification, and any other anomalies. The second principle is least privileged access. This means that you should limit user access with just-in-time and just enough access, which is usually known as JIT or JEA. Other ways you can limit the privileged access is by implementing risk-based adaptive policies and data protection to protect both data and productivity. And the final guiding principle is assume breach all the time. So you should segment access by network, user, devices, and applications. And you should use encryption to protect data and use analytics to gain visibility and detect threats and improve your security posture. This topic is very important for you to understand. In the zero trust model, all elements work together to provide end-to-end security. These 6 elements are the foundational pillars of the zero trust model, which includes identities, devices and endpoints, data, applications, infrastructure, and your network. Let us look into identities. These identities may be users, services, or devices. When an identity attempts to access a resource, it must be verified with strong authentication and follow least privileged access principles. The next one is devices. These devices and workloads create a large attack surface as data flows from devices to on-premises workloads and the cloud. Monitoring devices for health and compliance is an important aspect of security. Let's understand data. Data should be classified, labeled, and encrypted based on its attributes. Security efforts are ultimately about protecting data and ensuring it remains safe when it leaves devices, applications, infrastructure, and networks that the organization controls. Applications are the way that data is consumed. This includes discovering all applications being used, sometimes called shadow IT, because not all applications are managed centrally. This pillar also includes managing permissions and access. Let's look into infrastructure. To improve security, you access for version, configuration, and just-in-time access, and use telemetry to detect attacks and the anomalies. This allows you to automatically block or flag risky behavior and take proactive actions. And the 6th foundational pillar for the zero trust model is network. Networks should be segmented, including deeper in-network micro-segmentation. Also, real-time threat protection, end-to-end encryption, monitoring, and analytics should be employed as well. These 6 foundational pillars work together with the zero trust model to enforce organizational security policies. Organizations that operate with zero trust mentality are more resilient, consistent, and responsive to new attacks. A true end-to-end zero trust strategy not only makes it harder for attackers to get into the network, but also minimizes potential blast radius by preventing any lateral movement. That's why zero trust methodology is very important and you should always think about when you design solution in the cloud. In the next lesson, we will learn about the shared responsibility model. As you consider and evaluate public cloud services, it's critical to understand the shared responsibility model. And in the shared responsibility model, it's important to understand which security tasks are handled by the cloud provider and which security tasks are handled by you or the customer. In this lesson, you will learn about the shared responsibility model in the cloud. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. So let's understand the shared responsibility model. The shared responsibility model identifies which security tasks are handled by the cloud provider and which security tasks are handled by you and the customer. In organizations running only on-premises hardware and software, the organization is 100% responsible for implementing security and compliance. With cloud-based services, that responsibility is shared between the customer and the cloud provider. In this case, it is Microsoft. The responsibilities varies depending on where the workload is hosted, which include software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, or it could be in on-premises data center. The shared responsibility model makes responsibilities very clear. When organizations move data to the cloud, some responsibilities transfer to the cloud provider and some to the customer organization. This diagram illustrates the area of responsibility between the customer and the cloud provider according to where the data is held. As you can see that the gray boxes represent where Microsoft control the responsibility and the blue boxes which explain where the customer holds the responsibility. And the shared responsibility is marked by both gray and blue. As you can see that identity and directory infrastructure on SaaS and PaaS, it is a shared responsibility for both customer and Microsoft. If you look at PaaS model, identity, application, and network control are the shared responsibility model between the customer and Microsoft. So in the on-prem data center world, you have the responsibility for everything from physical security to encrypting the sensitive data. What about IaaS? For all cloud services, IaaS requires the most management by the cloud customer. With IaaS, you're using the cloud provider's computing infrastructure. So the cloud customer isn't responsible for the physical components such as computers and the network or the physical security of the data center. However, the cloud customer still has responsibility for software components such as operating systems, network controls, applications, identity, your information, data, etc. What about PaaS? PaaS provides an environment by building, testing, and deploying software application. The goal of PaaS is to help you create an application quickly without managing the underlying infrastructure. With PaaS, the cloud provider manages the hardware and operating system, and the customer is responsible for applications and the data. Now let's look at SaaS. SaaS is hosted and managed by the cloud provider for the customer. It's usually licensed through monthly or annual subscription. Microsoft 365, Teams, Skype, Dynamics 365 are all examples of a SaaS-based software. SaaS requires the least amount of management by the cloud customer. The cloud provider is responsible for managing everything except data, devices, accounts, and identities. For all cloud deployment types, be it IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, you, the cloud customer, own your data and identities. And you are responsible for protecting the security of your data and identities and on-premises resources. In summary, responsibility is always retained by the customer organization. The benefits of shared responsibility model is that the organizations are clear about their responsibilities and those of the cloud provider. In the next lesson, we will learn about defense in depth. Defense in depth is a security risk management approach that defines multiple layers of security controls in an IT environment, so that if a security attack is not caught by one layer, it will probably be caught by the next one. The multiple layers increase the overall security score of your environment and reduce the probability of a security breach by a huge margin. In this lesson, we are going to learn about defense in depth security layer in detail. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Let's look into defense in depth. Defense in depth uses a layered approach to security rather than relying on a single perimeter. A defense in depth strategy uses a series of mechanisms to slow the advance of an attack or an attacker. Each layer provides protection so that if one layer is breached, a subsequent layer will prevent an attacker getting unauthorized access to data. What you're seeing on the screen are the examples of these layers. So let me explain the security measures you need to take on each layer. The first one is physical layer. So how can you add extra security to your physical layer? The physical security provides a limiting access to a data center to only authorized personnel. Identity and access security controlling access to infrastructure and change control. Perimeter security including DDoS protection to filter large-scale attacks before they can cause a denial of service for users. Network security can limit communication between resources using segmentation and access control. The compute layer can secure access to virtual machines either on premises or in the cloud by closing certain ports. Application layer security ensures that applications are secure and free of security vulnerabilities. Data layer security controls access to business and customer data and encryption to protect data. With the rapid expansion of cloud computing, the need for defense in depth strategy has increased many folds. Microsoft provides a powerful set of tools and features within Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 platforms to protect security in every layer. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about CIA, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. When you hear about CIA, the first thing you likely think is Central Intelligence Agency, which is an independent US government agency that is responsible for providing security intelligence to policymakers in the US. However, what many people don't realize is that the CIA triad actually stands for something else. CIA triad is actually a security model that has been developed to help people think about various parts of IT security. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the CIA triad. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Now let us understand confidentiality, integrity, and availability. It is known as CIA. CIA is a way to think about security trade-offs. This is not a Microsoft model, but is a common to all security professionals. Confidentiality refers to the need to keep confidential sensitive data such as customer information, passwords, or financial data. You can encrypt data to keep it confidential, but then you can also need to keep the encryption keys confidential. Confidentiality is the most visible part of security. We can clearly see the need for sensitive data, keys, passwords, and other secrets to be kept confidential. What about integrity? Integrity refers to keeping data or messages correct. When you send an email message, you want to make sure that the message received is the same as the message you have sent. When you store data in a database, you want to be sure that the data you retrieve is the same as the data you have stored. Encrypting data keeps it confidential, but you must then be able to decrypt it so that it's the same as before it was encrypted. Integrity is having confidence that data hasn't been tampered with or altered. And let's look at availability. Availability refers to making data available to those who need it. It's important to the organization to keep customer data secure, but at the same time, it must also be available to employees who deal with customers. While it might be more secure to store the data in an encrypted format, employees need access to decrypted data as well. It's important to understand what the CAA triad is and how it can be used to plan and implement a quality security policy while understanding its various principles. It's also important to understand the limitations it presents. When you are informed, you can utilize the CAA triad for what it has to offer and avoid the consequences of not understanding it. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about different types of cybersecurity threats. Cybersecurity professionals continually defend computer systems against different types of cybersecurity threats. Cyber attack hits businesses and private systems every day, and the variety of attacks has increased quickly. According to the former Cisco CEO, John Chambers, there are two types of companies. One that have been hacked and those who don't yet know they have been hacked. The motives for cybersecurity attacks are many. In this lesson, you will learn about different types of security threats. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Let's learn about data breach first. A data breach is when data is stolen, and this includes personal data. Personal data means any information related to an individual that can be used to identify them directly or indirectly. Common security threats that can result in a breach of personal data include phishing, spear phishing, tech support scams, SQL injection, and malware designed to steal passwords or bank details. Let us understand about dictionary attack. A dictionary attack is a type of identity attack where a hacker attempts to steal an identity by typing a large number of known passwords, and each password is automatically tested against a known username. Dictionary attacks are also known as brute force attacks. The third type of attack is known as ransomware. Malware is the term used to describe malicious applications and code that can cause damage and disrupt normal use of devices. Malware can give attackers unauthorized access, which allows them to use system resources and lock you out of your computer and ask for ransom. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts files and folders and preventing access to important files. Ransomware attempts to extort money from victims, usually in the form of cryptocurrencies, in exchange for the decryption key. Cyber criminals that distribute malware are often motivated by money and will use infected computer to launch attacks, obtain banking credentials, collect the information that can be sold, and sell access to computing resources or extort payment from victims. Another type of attack is called disruptive attacks. A distributed denial of service or DDoS attack attempts to exhaust an application's resources, making the application unavailable to legitimate users. DDoS attacks can be targeted at any endpoint that is publicly reachable through the internet. Other common threats include coin miners, rootkits, trojans, worms, and exploits and exploit kits. Rootkits intercept and change standard operating system processes. After a rootkit infects a device, you can't trust any information that the device reports about itself. Trojans are a common type of malware which can't spread on their own. This means they either have to be downloaded manually or another malware needs to be downloaded and install them. These Trojans often use same file names, so it's easy to accidentally download a Trojan thinking that it's a legitimate application. A worm is a type of malware that can copy itself and often spreads through a network by exploiting security vulnerabilities. It can spread through email attachments, text messages, file sharing programs, social media sites, network shares, removable drives, and software vulnerabilities. And these exploits take advantage of vulnerabilities in software. A vulnerability is like a hole in your software that malware uses to get into your device. These examples are just a few of the threats commonly seen, and cybersecurity professionals should have an in-depth understanding of these cybersecurity threats. This is a continually evolving area and new threats emerge all the time. Companies and government agencies need maximum cybersecurity to protect their data and operations. Understanding how to address the latest and evolving cybersecurity threats is essential for cybersecurity professionals. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about encryption, hashing, and sign-in. One way to mitigate against common cybersecurity threat is to encrypt sensitive or valuable data. So let's go and learn about encryption, hashing, and sign-in. Without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Let's start by understanding the types of encryption. There are primarily two top-level types of encryption: symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric encryption uses the same key to encrypt and decrypt the data. Asymmetric encryption uses a public key and private key pair. Either key can encrypt data, but a single key can't be used to decrypt encrypted data. To decrypt, you need a paired key. Asymmetric encryption is used for things like transport layer security, which is known as TLS, such as the HTTPS protocol, and data signing. Encryption may protect data at rest or in transit. When it comes to encryption, we need to understand two concepts: encryption at rest and encryption in transit. So what is encryption at rest? Data at rest is the data that's stored on a physical device such as a server. It may be stored in a database or a storage account, but regardless of where it is stored, encryption of data at rest ensures that the data is unreadable without the keys and secrets needed to decrypt it. So let's imagine a scenario where if an attacker obtained a hardware with encrypted data and didn't have the access to the encryption keys, they would be unable to read the data. What about encryption in transit? Data in transit is the data moving from one location to another, such as across the internet or through a private network. Secure transfer can be handled by several different layers. It could be done by encrypting the data at the application layer before sending it over a network. HTTPS is an example of encryption in transit. Encrypting data in transit protects it from outside observers and provides a mechanism to transmit data while limiting the risk of exposure. Now let us learn about hashing. Hashing uses an algorithm to convert the original text to unique fixed length hash value. Each time the same text is hashed using the same algorithm, the same hash value is produced. That hash can be used as a unique identifier of its associated data. Hashing is different to encryption in that it doesn't use keys and the hashed value isn't subsequently decrypted back to the original. And hashing is used to store passwords. When a user enters their password, the same algorithm that created the stored hash creates a hash of the entered password. This is compared to the stored hashed version of the password. If they match, the user has entered their password correctly. This is more secure than storing plain text passwords. But hashing algorithms are also known to hackers. Because hash functions are deterministic, hackers can use brute force directory attacks by hashing the passwords. For every matched hash, they know the actual password. To mitigate the risk, passwords are often stalled. This refers to adding a fixed length random value to the input of hash functions to create unique hashes for every input. As hackers can't know the salt value, the hash passwords are more secure. So what is signing? Signing using a digital signature verifies that a message that has been sent by the sender and the content haven't been tampered with. Signing a message doesn't encrypt or alter the message. Signing works by creating a digital signature string that can either be sent with the message or transmitted separately. The digital signature is generated by the private key owner and attached to the message. The receiver can then verify that it was created by the key owner by using the public key. Let's look at an example. There are two steps involved in creating digital signature from a message. The first hash value is created from the message. In the second step, the hash value is signed using the signer's private key. At the receiving end, the message is hashed again and verified against the digital signature, which is decrypted using the public key. If they match, you can be confident that the message is the same one that the signer originally signed and that it hasn't been tampered with. To protect data from compromise and authenticate the sender at the same time, encryption and digital signing are used together. They are both used in tandem to fulfill compliance standards like FIPS and GDPR. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Microsoft privacy principles and we are going to explore the Service Trust Portal. The Microsoft Service Trust Portal provides a variety of content, tools, and other resources about Microsoft security, privacy, and compliance practices. To access some of these resources on the Service Trust Portal, you must log in as an authenticated user with your Microsoft Cloud Service account. And then you can review and accept the Microsoft non-disclosure agreement for compliance materials. In this lesson, you will learn about Microsoft STP, which is Service Trust Portal. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. So let us first understand Microsoft's privacy principles. Microsoft products and services run on trust. Microsoft focuses on 6 key privacy principles when making decisions about data. Privacy is about making meaningful choices about how and why data is collected and used. It's about ensuring that you have the information you need to make the choices that are right for you across all Microsoft products and services. What you see on the screen are the 6 privacy principles Microsoft follows. So what does it mean by control? Control means putting you, the customer, in control of your privacy with easy to use tool and clear choices. Transparency is being transparent about data collection and used so that everyone can make informed decisions. Security is protecting the data that is entrusted to Microsoft by using strong security and encryption. Strong legal protection means respecting local privacy laws and fighting for legal protection of privacy as a fundamental human right. No content based targeting means not using email, chat, files, or other personal content to target advertising. The last principle is benefit to you, which means when Microsoft does collect data, it is used to benefit you, the customer, and to make your experience better. These principles are from Microsoft Privacy Foundation and they shape the way that products and services are designed. Let's explore the Service Trust Portal. So, what is Microsoft Service Trust Portal or STP? The Service Trust Portal provides information, tools, and other resources about Microsoft security, privacy, and compliance practices. You can sign in with your Microsoft Cloud Services account to access all the available documentation. You can access the Service Trust Portal by going into servicetrust.microsoft.com. So on the home page, you can access Service Trust Portal. So let's go to Compliance Manager. So I'm going to sign in with my Microsoft account. I'm using my Azure account to sign in to the Service Trust Portal. Now that's my Compliance Manager. So Compliance Manager measures your progress in completing actions that help reduce risk around data protection and regulatory standards. Under the Trust Documents, this is where you can find links to a security implementation and design information. Industry Solutions and Region Solutions contain compliance information about Microsoft Cloud Services organized by industry and region. The Industry Solutions link currently displays the home page for financial services. The Regional Solutions link currently have information for Australia, Canada, Czech, Denmark, Germany, Poland, Romania, Spain, and UK. Trust Center provide links to Microsoft Trust Center, which provide more information about security, compliance, and privacy in Microsoft Cloud. So then we have resources. Resources provide links to resources, including information about the features and tools available for data governance and protection in Microsoft 365 and the Microsoft Global Data Centers and FAQs. My library allows you to add documents and resources that are relevant to your organization, and you can put everything in one single place. You can also opt to have email notification sent when a document is updated, as well as frequency you receive these notifications. I've included an interactive guide, so all you have to do is go to my website, which is aguidetocloud.com. There I will upload this study guide. You can use this study guide to click on this link, which will open an interactive guide, and you can use that interactive guide to access the Service Trust Portal, Compliance Manager, Trust Documents, Industries and Region, Trust Center, Resources, and My Library to learn about what all it comes with it. Let's understand what you can gain out of Azure Compliance Documentation. If your organization needs to comply with legal or regulatory standards and use any Azure services like Microsoft SaaS applications, including Microsoft 365, Dynamics, or the Power Platform, you will find the Azure Compliance Documentation page super helpful. This is where you will find links to the documents and articles that explain the regulations. It also has links to audits and report certificates, FAQs, and much more. To make it easier to find, compliance documentation is grouped geographically and by industry. You can find compliance documentation that is relevant to everyone, relevant to the USA, or relevant to other regions. You will also find template audit documentation that you can tailor to your needs. Anyone can review and use this documentation as a reference to help them to understand and keep up to date with regulations. Microsoft's mission is to empower everyone to achieve more, and they build their product and services with security, privacy, compliance, and transparency in mind. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about common identity attacks. Everyone and every device has an identity that can be used to gain access to resources. Identity is the way in which people and things are identified on your corporate network and in the cloud. In this lesson, we are going to learn about common identity attacks like password-based attacks, phishing, and spear phishing. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Let us begin with understanding what are the common identity attacks. Some of the most common types of security threats that organizations face today are identity attacks. Identity attacks are designed to steal the credentials used to validate or authenticate that someone or something is who they claim to be. The result is identity theft. There are three types of common identity thefts: password-based attacks, phishing, and spear phishing. So we're going to learn about all of these three attacks now. First, let's understand password-based attacks. Password-based attacks include password spray attacks and brute force attacks. A password spray attack attempts to match a username against a list of weak passwords. Brute force attacks try many passwords against one or more accounts, sometimes using directories of commonly used passwords. When a user have assigned a weak password to their account, the hacker will find a match and gain access to that account. Let us learn about phishing. A phishing attack is when a hacker sends an email that appears to come from a reputable source. The email contains a credible story, such as a security breach, instructing the user to sign in and change their password. Instead of going to a legitimate website, the user is directed to the scammer's website where they enter their username and password. The hacker has now captured the user's identity and their password. Although many phishing scam emails are badly written and easy to identify, when users are busy or tired, they make mistakes and are more easily deceived. As hackers become more sophisticated, the phishing emails become more difficult to identify. It's important to differentiate phishing versus spear phishing. A spear phishing scam is a variant on phishing. Hackers build databases of information about users, which can be used to create highly credible emails. The email may appear to come from someone in your organization who is requesting information. Although careful scrutiny might uncover the fraud, users might not read it carefully enough and send the requested information or log it into their website before they realize the fraud. This is called spear phishing because it is highly targeted. To protect against all type of identity attacks, robust identity security and monitoring are needed. Risk detections in Azure AD Identity Protection include any identified suspicious actions related to users' accounts. There are two types of risk: user risk and sign-in risk. So what is a user risk? User risk represents the probability that a given identity or account is compromised. Sign-in risk represents the probability that identity owner doesn't authorize a given authentication request. Being certain about who or what is accessing your organization's data and other resources is a fundamental part of securing your environment. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about identity as the primary security perimeter. Digital collaboration has changed drastically in the last couple of years. Your employees and partners now expect to be able to collaborate and access organizational resources from anywhere on any device and without impacting their productivity. In addition, there has been an acceleration in number of people working from home as well. In this lesson, we are going to learn about identity as the primary security perimeter. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Enterprise security needs to adapt to its new reality. The security perimeter can no longer be viewed as the on-premises network. It now extends to SaaS applications for business-critical workload that may be hosted outside the corporate network, or the personal devices that employees are using to access corporate resources, which include BYOD or bring your own device while working from home. The other concern is the unmanaged devices used by partners or customers when interacting with corporate data or collaborating with employees. Another concern is IoT devices installed throughout your corporate network and inside customer locations. The traditional perimeter based security model is no longer enough. Identity has become the new security perimeter that enables organizations to secure their assets. But what do you mean by an identity? Identity is how someone or something can be verified and authenticated to be who they say who they are. An identity may be associated with a user, an application, a device, or something else. Identity is a concept that spans an entire environment. So organizations need to think about identity broadly. There are four fundamental pillars of identity that organizations need to consider when creating an identity infrastructure, which is the collection of processes, technologies, and policies for managing digital identities and controlling how identities can be used to access resources. These four pillars of identity are administration, authentication, authorization, and auditing. So let me explain all of these in detail to you. What is administration? Administration is about the creation and management of identities for users, devices, and services. As an administrator, you manage how and under what circumstances the characteristics of identities can change, be created, updated, or deleted. What is authentication? The authentication pillar tells the story of how much assurance for a particular identity is enough. In other words, how much does an IT system need to know about an identity in order to have sufficient proof that they really are who they say they are? It involves the act of challenging a party for legitimate credentials. Authentication is sometimes shortened to known as auth or authn. The next one is authorization. The authorization pillar is about processing the incoming identity data to determine the level of access an authenticated person or service have within the application or service that it wants to access. Authorization is sometimes shortened to known as odds. The last pillar is auditing. The auditing pillar is about tracking who does what, when, where, and how. Auditing includes having in-depth reporting, alerts, and governance of identities. Addressing each of these four pillars is key to a comprehensive and robust identity and access control solution. Enterprises must walk the fine line between enterprise control and granting access permissions to individuals. The result is that identity becomes the new security perimeter. Only identity can be both enable organizations to secure resources while giving end users the convenience and ease of use they seek. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about modern authentication. Modern authentication is an umbrella term for authentication and authorization between a client, such as your laptop or a phone, and a server, such as a website or an application. At the center of the modern authentication is the role of an identity provider. In this lesson, we are going to learn about modern authentication and the role of an identity provider. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. With modern authentication, all services, including all authentication services, are provided by a central identity provider. An identity provider creates, maintains, and manages identity information while providing authentication, authorization, and auditing services. The information that is used to authenticate the user with the server is stored and managed centrally by the identity provider. With the central identity provider, organization can establish authentication and authorization policies, monitor user behavior, identify suspicious activities, and reduce malicious attacks. Microsoft Azure Active Directory is an example of a cloud-based identity provider. Other examples of identity providers include Twitter, Google, Amazon, LinkedIn, GitHub, etc. Let's look into the concept of federated services. Before that, I just want to let you know what is single sign-on. Another fundamental capability of an identity provider and modern authentication is the support of single sign-on, or known as SSO. With single sign-on, the user logs in once and their credentials is used to access multiple applications and resources. When you set up single sign-on to work between multiple identity providers, it is called federation. Federation enables the access of services across organizational or domain boundaries by establishing trust relationship between the respective domain's identity provider. With federation, there is no need for a user to maintain a different username and password when accessing resources in other domains. The simplified way to think about the federation scenario is the website uses the authentication services of an identity provider. The user authenticate with the identity provider. The identity provider has a trust relationship configured with the user authentication. And when the user credentials are passed to the website trusts the user and allows them access. With federation, trust is not always bidirectional. A common example of a federation in practice is when a user logs into a third-party site with their social media account, such as Twitter. In this scenario, Twitter is an identity provider and the third-party website may be using different identity provider, such as Azure Active Directory. So there is a trust relationship between Azure AD and Twitter. Let's look into the concept of directory services and Active Directory. In the context of computer network, a directory is a hierarchical structure that stores information about objects on the network. A directory service stores directory data and makes this data available to network users, administrators, services, and applications. Active Directory is a set of directory services developed by Microsoft as part of Windows 2000 for on-premises domain-based networks. The best known Active Directory service is Active Directory Domain Service, or ADDS. It stores information about members of domain, including devices and users, and verifies their credentials and defines their access rights. A server running ADDS is a domain controller, or it is known as DC, or domain server. ADDS is a central component in organization with on-premises IT infrastructure. ADDS gives organization the ability to manage multiple on-premises infrastructure components and systems using a single identity per user. ADDS does not, however, natively support mobile devices, SaaS applications, or line of business applications that require modern authentication methods. So, what is the reason for modern authentication? Because there was a growth of cloud services, SaaS application, and personal devices being used at work has resulted in the need for modern authentication. and an evolution of Active Directory based identity solutions. Azure Active Directory is the next evolution of identity and access management solutions by providing organizations with an identity as a service solution for all their apps across cloud and on premises. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about what Azure AD is and what are the features of it. This lesson introduces you to Azure Active Directory, which is Microsoft cloud-based identity and access management solution. And you will learn about benefits of using cloud-based identity provider, including single sign-on for users. You will also learn about different Azure Active Directory editions as well. After completing this lesson, you will be able to describe what Azure Active Directory does. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Azure Active Directory, or Azure AD, is Microsoft's cloud-based identity and access management service. Organizations use Azure AD to enable their employees, guests, and others to sign in and access the resources they need. This will include internal resources such as applications on their corporate network and intranet, and cloud apps developed by your own organization. It can also include external services such as Microsoft Office 365, the Azure portal, and any SaaS-based applications used by your organization. Azure AD also simplifies the way organizations manage authorization and access by providing a single identity system for their cloud and on-premises applications. Azure AD can be synchronized with your existing on-premises Active Directory, synchronized with your other directory services, or used as a standalone service as well. Azure AD also allows organizations to securely enable the use of personal devices such as mobiles and tablets and enable collaboration with business partners and customers. If you are interested to learn more about Azure Active Directory in detail, I have created different videos related to Azure Active Directory on my previous courses. Especially, you can check AZ900, AZ104, or AZ500 playlist. You can access Azure Active Directory in multiple ways. This is my Azure portal. So you can go to Azure Active Directory and you can see how Azure Active Directory looks like. Azure Active Directory is used by IT admins to control access to corporate apps and resources based on business requirements. It can also be set up to require multi-factor authentication when accessing important organizational resources. Azure AD can be used to automate user provisioning between an existing Windows server and cloud apps, including Microsoft 365. Finally, Azure AD provides powerful tools to automatically help protect user identities and credentials and to meet an organization's access governance requirements. Each Microsoft 365, Office 365, Azure, or Dynamics 365 online subscription automatically uses an Azure Active Directory tenant. Users of these services can take advantage of Azure AD services such as self-service password reset. It depends on if it is being configured by the organization's administrator. Developers use Azure AD as standards-based approach for adding single sign-on to their application. So users can sign in with their pre-existing credentials. And Azure AD also provides APIs that allows developers to build personalized app experiences using existing organizational data. Azure AD is available in 4 editions: the free tier, Office 365 apps tier, Azure Active Directory Premium P1 tier, and Azure Active Directory Premium P2 tier. So let me explain you what are the differences in these tiers. The Azure Active Directory free version allows you to administer users and create groups, synchronize with on-premises Active Directory, create basic reports, configure self-service password change for cloud users, and enable single sign-on across Azure, Microsoft 365, and many popular SaaS-based applications. The free version also has an upper limit of 5,000 objects that can be held in the Azure Active Directory. The free edition is included with the subscription to Office 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Intune, and Microsoft Power Platform. Let's look into the Office 365 apps. The Office 365 Apps Edition allows you to do everything included in the free version, plus self-service password reset for cloud users and device write back, which offers two-way synchronization between on-premises directories and Azure Active Directory. The Office 365 Apps edition of Azure Active Directory is included in subscriptions to Office 365 E1, E3, E5, F1, and F3. Let us look into Azure Active Directory Premium 1. The Premium 1 tier edition includes all the features in the free and Office 365 Apps editions. It also supports advanced administration such as dynamic groups, self-service group management, Microsoft Identity Manager, which is an on-premises identity and access management suite, and cloud write-back capabilities, which allow self-service password reset for your on-premises users. And the fourth tier is P2. Azure Active Directory Premium 2 offers all the Premium 1 features and Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. Identity protection is to help provide risk-based conditional access to your application and critical company data. P2 also gives you Privileged Identity Management or PIM, which will help you discover, restrict, and monitor administrators and their access to resources, and to provide just-in-time access when needed. When it comes to security, your organization can no longer rely on the network boundary. To allow employees, partners, and customers to collaborate securely, identity has become the new security perimeter. Using an identity provider gives your organization the ability to manage all aspects of identity security. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about different types of Azure AD identity types. Azure AD manages different types of identities: users, service principal, managed identities, and devices. In this lesson, we are going to learn about each type of these Azure AD identities. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. There are four types of identities you can manage using Azure Active Directory. These are users, service principal, managed identity, and device. So let's learn about each one by one. First one is Azure Active Directory users. A user identity is a representation of something that is managed by Azure Active Directory. Employees and guests are represented as users in Azure Active Directory. If you have several users with the same access needs, you can create a group in Azure Active Directory. Groups allow you to assign access permission to all the members of the group instead of having to assign the access rights individually. Azure AD Business to Business, which is known as B2B collaboration, is a feature within external identities. I will talk about that later, which include the capability to add guest users into your Azure Active Directory. With B2B collaboration, an organization can securely share applications and services with guest users from other organizations. The next type is service principal. A service principal is a security identity used by applications or services to access specific Azure resources. You can think of it as an identity for an application. For an application to delegate its identity and access functions to Azure AD, the application must first be registered with the Azure Active Directory. The process of registering the application creates a globally unique object ID, which is stored in your home tenant or directory. A service principal is created in each tenant where the application is used and references the global unique object ID. And the service principal defines what the app can do in the tenant, such as who can access the app and what resources the app can access. The next type is called managed identity. A managed identity is an identity in Azure Active Directory that is automatically managed by Azure. Managed identities are typically used to manage the credentials for authenticating a cloud application with an Azure service. So, what are the benefits to using managed identity? Let me explain you a couple of benefits here. Application developers can authenticate to services that support managed identity for Azure resources. Another benefit is any Azure service that supports Azure AD authentication can use managed identities to authenticate to another Azure service. For example, accessing your Azure Keyvault. The third benefit could be managed identities can be used without any additional cost as well. There are two types of managed identities: the system assigned and user assigned. So let me explain these one by one. So what is system assigned? Some Azure services allows you to enable a managed identity directly on a service instance. When you enable a system assigned managed identity, an identity is created in Azure Active Directory that is tiered to the life cycle of the service instance. When the resource is deleted, Azure automatically deletes the identity for you. By design, only that Azure resource can use this identity to request token from Azure AD. The second type of managed identities are user assigned. You may also create a managed identity as a standalone Azure resource. A user assigned managed identity is assigned to one or more instances of an Azure service. You can create user assigned managed identity and assign it to one or more instances of an Azure service. In the case of user assigned managed identities, the identity is managed separately from the resources that uses it. The last type of managed identity is known as device. A device is a piece of hardware such as a mobile device, laptop, server, or printer. And device identities can be set up in different ways in Azure Active Directory, which determine the properties such as who owns the device. Managing devices in Azure AD allows an organization to protect its assets by using tools such as Microsoft Intune to ensure standards of security and compliance. Azure AD also enables single sign-on to these devices, apps and services from anywhere through these devices. When you talk about these devices, there are multiple options for getting these devices into Azure AD. The first one is Azure AD registered devices. These can be Windows 10, iOS, Android, or Mac operating system devices. Devices that are Azure AD registered are typically owned personally rather than by the organization. They are signed in with a personal Microsoft account or another local account. The second type is Azure AD joined. These devices exist only in the cloud. Azure AD joined devices are owned by an organization and signed in with an organization's Azure AD account. Users sign into their devices with their Azure AD or synced Azure Active Directory work or school accounts. You can configure Azure AD joined devices for all Windows 10 devices, except your Windows 10 Home Edition. The third option is hybrid Azure AD joined devices. These can be your Windows 7, 8.1, Windows 10, or Windows 11, or Windows Server 2008 or newer version of server editions. Devices that are hybrid Azure AD joined are owned by your organization and are signed in with an Azure Active Directory domain service account belonging to that organization. They exist in the cloud and on premises. IT admins can use tools like Microsoft Intune, which is a mobile device management solution, to manage these devices. I've included an interactive guide. You can click on this link to go through steps on creating Azure Active Directory users and groups. So please feel free to download this study guide by going into aguidetocloud.com. Today's world is about collaboration, working with people both inside and outside of your organization. This means that you sometimes need to provide external users access to your organization's applications and data. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about external identities in Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory external identities is a set of capabilities that enable organizations to allow access to external users, such as customers or partners. Your customers, partners, and other guest users can bring their own identities to sign in. In this lesson, we are going to learn about different types of external identities supported by Azure Active Directory. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. B2B collaboration uses an invitation and redemption process, allowing external users to access your resources with their credentials. Developers can customize the invitation and redemption process using Azure AD business-to-business APIs. With B2B collaboration, external users are managed in the same directory as employees, but are typically annotated as guest users. Guest users can be managed the same way as employees. With B2B, single sign-on to all Azure AD connected apps is also supported. The second type is called B2C. It used to be known as business to consumer. Now it is called business to customer. An Azure AD B2C is a customer identity access management solution. Azure AD B2C allows external users to sign in with their preferred social, enterprise, or local account identities to get single sign-on to your applications. Azure AD B2C can support millions of users and billions of authentications per day. It takes care of the scaling and safety of the authentication platform, monitoring, and automatically handling threats like denial of service, password spray, or brute force attacks. With Azure AD B2C, external users are managed in the Azure AD B2C directory, which is separate from the organization's employee and partner directory. With Azure AD B2C, single sign-on to customer-owned apps within the Azure AD B2C tenant is supported as well. Azure AD Business to Customer is an authentication solution that you can customize with your brand so that it blends seamlessly with your web and mobile applications. The ability for external users to bring their own identities to sign in is enabled through Azure Active Directory, support of external identity providers like Azure AD tenants, Facebook, Google, or enterprise identity providers. Admins can set up federation with identity providers so your external users can sign in with their existing social or enterprise account instead of creating new account just for your application. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about concepts of hybrid identities. Organizations may use hybrid identity model or cloud-only identity model. In the hybrid model, identities are created in Windows Active Directory and then synchronized to Azure Active Directory. In the cloud-only model, identities are created wholly and managed in Azure Active Directory. So whether identities are created on-premises or in the cloud, users can access both cloud and on-premises resources. In this lesson, we are going to learn about concepts of hybrid identities and 3 authentication methods. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. With the hybrid model, users accessing both on-premises And cloud apps are hybrid users managed in the on-premises Active Directory. When you make an update in your on-premises ADDS, all updates to user accounts, groups, and contacts are synchronized to your Azure Active Directory. The synchronization is managed with your Azure Active Directory. The synchronization is managed with your Azure Active Directory Connect. When using the hybrid model, the authentication can either be done by Azure Active Directory, which is known as Managed Authentication, or Azure AD redirects the client request authentication to another directory provider, which is known as Federated Authentication. There are three types of authentication methods used here: the password hash synchronization, pass-through authentication or PTA, or federated authentication. Let me explain these in detail. The first method is known as password hash synchronization. This is the simplest way to enable authentication for on-premises directory objects in Azure Active Directory. Users can use the same username and password that they use on-premises without any additional infrastructure being needed. Password hash synchronization is a type of managed authentication. The second type is known as pass-through authentication. Pass-through authentication provides a simple password validation for Azure Active Directory authentication service by using a software agent that runs on one or more on-premises servers. The servers validate the users directly with on-premises Active Directory, which ensures that the password validation doesn't happen in the cloud. The pass-through authentication is a type of managed authentication. The third authentication method is known as federated authentication. Azure Active Directory hand off this authentication process to a separate trusted authentication system, such as an on-premises Active Directory Federation Services. This is known as ADFS. ADFS is used to validate the user's password in this scenario. To meet various businesses, security, and technical requirements, organization can choose between password hash synchronization, pass-through authentication, and federation. You should always consider each of these authentication methods in the design process before you choose one. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about authentication methods of Azure Active Directory. Authentication is the process of verifying an identity to be legitimate. Legacy applications have relied on a single form of authentication and most often a password. However, passwords are problematic for users and easy to be compromised. Multi-factor authentication or MFA requires more than one form of verification to prove that an identity is legitimate. So that means that even when an identity password has been compromised, a hacker cannot gain entry to a resource. In this lesson, we are going to learn about multi-factor authentication and how it improves security. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Multi-factor authentication dramatically improves the security of an identity, whilst still being simple for users. The additional authentication factor must be something that is difficult to an attacker to obtain or duplicate. Azure Active Directory multi-factor authentication works by requiring something you know, something you have, and something you are. Something you know typically is a password or a PIN, and something you have, such as a trusted device that is not easily duplicated, like a phone or a hardware key, or something you are, which is biometrics like a fingerprint or face scan. An MFA verification prompts are configured to be part of your Azure Active Directory sign-in event. Azure Active Directory automatically requests and processes multi-factor authentication without you making any changes to your applications or services. When a user signs in, they receive an multi-factor authentication prompt and can choose from one of the additional verification forms that they have registered. So what are these additional verification prompts that you can use with your Azure Active Directory multi-factor authentication? They are Microsoft Authenticator app, SMS, voice call, or OAuth hardware token. So let us consider the different authentication methods that can be used with your Azure Active Directory MFA. First, let's learn about passwords. Passwords have many problems. If they are easy enough to remember, they are easy for hacker to compromise. Strong passwords, which aren't easily hacked, are difficult to remember and have an impact on user productivity when forgotten. The next one is password and additional verification. With modern authentication and security features in Azure Active Directory, passwords are supplemented or replaced with more secure authentication methods. What about phone? You can also use your phone as an additional means of authentication, configured for either phone calls or text message. If you set up your additional security verification to receive a phone call, you will receive a phone call from Microsoft asking you to press a key on your mobile phone to verify your identity. If you set up your additional security verification to receive a text message, you will be sent a code by text and you then enter the code to verify your identity. The next one is Microsoft Authenticator app. The Microsoft Authenticator app is a phone app that allows you to securely verify your identity. The Authenticator app can be used to provide the additional authentication required for your two-step multi-factor authentication. Microsoft Authenticator can also be configured to use biometrics such as fingerprint or facial scan. The next one is open authentication with software or hardware tokens. This is usually known as OAuth. OAuth is an open standard that specifies how time-based one-time password codes are generated. One-time password codes can be used to authenticate a user and can be implemented using either software or hardware to generate the codes. Software OAuth tokens are typically applications such as Microsoft Authenticator app and other authenticator apps. Let's look at the passwordless authentication options. Passwordless authentication is based on something you are rather than something you know. For example, a biometric facial scan used in Windows Hello for Business is an example of something you are. A fingerprint scan used by the Microsoft Authenticator app or FIDO2 security device is also something you are. Passwordless authentication with Azure Active Directory, such as the Microsoft Authenticator app or FIDO keys, is particularly applicable for shared PCs and where a mobile phone isn't a viable option, such as for help desk personnel, public kiosk, or hospital team. Now let us learn about Windows Hello. Windows Hello is an authentication feature built into Windows 10 and replaces password with a strong two-factor authentication on PCs and mobile devices. This authentication consists of a new type of user credentials that is tied to a device and use a biometric or PIN. Windows Hello lets users authenticate to a Microsoft account, an Active Directory account, an Azure Active Directory account, and identity provider services or relying party services that support Fast ID Online or FIDO version 2.0, which is known as FIDO 2.0. You might wonder, why is Windows Hello safer than a password? The Windows Hello pin is backed by a trusted platform module or known as TPM chip, which is a secure crypto processor that is designed to carry out cryptographic operations. The chip includes multiple physical security mechanisms to make it tamper resistant, and malicious software is unable to tamper with the security functions of the TPM. Many mobile phones and modern laptops have a TPM chip. Now let's learn about self-service password reset. A self-service password reset is a feature of Azure Active Directory that allows users to change or reset their password without administrator or help desk involvement. If a user account is locked or they are forgotten their password, Users can follow a prompt to reset their password and get back to work. Self-service password reset has several benefits. It increases security as help desk add an additional security layer. It saves the organization money by reducing the number of calls and requests the help desk staff handle. It increases productivity, allowing the user can get back to the work faster. Let us look into the following scenarios where self-service password resets are applicable. You can use SSPR at password change, password reset, or account lockout scenarios. So what are the authentication methods you can use SSPR? You can use for mobile application notification, mobile app code, email verification, phone call verification, office phone verification, and it includes security questions as well. If you don't have access to Azure portal, I have included an interactive guide. You can download this by going into a guidetocloud.com. And once you use it, you can just follow along by clicking on this link. And this will teach you how you can set up your SSPR and how you can specify your authentication methods, etc. Passwords are commonly used to authenticate users, but they have many problems. Passwords are difficult for users to remember and easy to guess. Because good passwords are very difficult to remember, users often use the same password for multiple applications, providing multiple point of entry for the compromised identity. I hope you now understand how you can strengthen your authentication by using Azure Active Directory methods. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about password protection capabilities of Azure Active Directory. Password protection is a feature of Azure Active Directory which reduces the risk of users setting weak passwords. Azure AD Password Protection detects and blocks known weak passwords and their variants, and can also block additional weak terms that are specific to your organization. In this lesson, you will learn about password protection in detail and how it improves the security. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. With Azure Active Directory password protection, default global banned password lists are automatically applied to all users in an Azure AD tenant. To support your own business and security needs, you can define entries in a custom banned password list. When users change or reset their passwords, these banned password lists are checked to enforce the use of strong passwords. So let me show you where you can find this password protection in your Azure Active Directory. I'm on my Azure subscription. Go to your Azure Active Directory, scroll down till you find Security. Under Security, come to Manage and click on Authentication Methods. Inside the authentication methods, you can find password protection. So let me first help you understand what is the global banned password list. A global banned password list with known weak password is automatically applied and enforced by Microsoft. This is maintained by the Azure Active Directory Identity Protection team. They are the one who analyze security telemetry data to find weak or compromised passwords. The weak passwords are then checked and added to the global banned password list and made available to all the Azure AD users. The global banned password list is automatically applied and cannot be disabled. The next one is custom banned password list. In the password protection, you can enable the custom list as well. This is where you will be able to provide additional passwords. Admins can create custom banned password list to support specific business security needs. The custom banned password list prohibits passwords such as the organization name or location. The custom banned password list is combined with the global banned password list to block variations of all the passwords. Banned password lists are a feature of Azure AD Premium 1 and Premium 2. Another feature of Azure Active Directory password protection is protecting against the password spray. Azure AD password protection helps you defend against password spray attacks. Most password spray attacks submit a small number of known weakest passwords against each of the accounts in an enterprise. This technique allows the attacker to quickly search for an easily compromised account and avoid potential detection thresholds. Azure AD password protection effectively blocks all known weak passwords likely to be used in password spray attacks. This protection is based on real-world security telemetry data from Azure Active Directory, which is used to build the global banned password list. And it does provide hybrid security as well. For hybrid security, admins can integrate Azure AD password protection with an on-premises Active Directory environment. A component installed in the on-prem environment receives the global banned password list and custom password protection policies from Azure Active Directory. Domain controllers then use them to process password change events. This hybrid approach makes sure that whenever a user changes their password, Azure AD password protection is applied. Although password protection improves the strength of the passwords, you should still use best practices like Azure Active Directory multi-factor authentication. Passwords alone, even strong ones, are not as secure as multiple layers of security. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about conditional access in Azure Active Directory. One of the main purposes of Azure AD is to manage access. The security perimeter has shifted away from organizational boundaries to user, device, and service identities. In this lesson, you will learn about how Azure Active Directory uses intelligent access management capabilities such as conditional access to protect corporate assets. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Conditional access is a feature of Azure AD that provides an additional layer of security before allowing authenticated users to access data or other assets. Conditional access is implemented through policies that are created and managed in Azure AD. A conditional access policy analyzes signals including user, location, device, application, and risk to automate decision for authorizing access to resources. These resources could include apps and data. A conditional access policy might state that if a user belongs to a certain group, then they are required to provide multi-factor authentication to sign into an application. First, let me show you where you can find conditional access on your Azure portal. I'm going to go to my Azure Active Directory. On the left-hand side, under Manage, go to Security. The first thing under Protect is Conditional Access. As you can see that I have a couple of conditional access policies already created, but both are on the turned off state. If you want to create a new conditional access policies, all you have to do is click on Create a New Policy, give a name for your policy, and then you can basically create your conditional access policies. You can assign this conditional access policy to a user or a group. These policies can be targeted to a specific users and groups, including administrative roles, giving administrators fine-grained control over access. Then we have named locations. Named location information can be created by using IP address range. Then you can use them when you are making policy decisions. Also, administrators can opt to block or allow traffic from an entire country's IP range as well. Under the policy, you can define a device-based rule as well. So I'm going to go into conditions. This is where you can find device platforms. And users with devices of a specific platform or marked with a specific state can be used as well. Then we have applications. So users attempting to access specific application can trigger different conditional access policies. You can apply real-time sign-in risk detection as well. Signals integration with Azure AD Identity Protection allows conditional access policy to identify risky sign-in behavior. And policies can then force users to perform password changes or multi-factor authentication to reduce the risk level or be blocked from access until an administrator takes manual action. User risk is for customers with access to identity protection. User risk can be elevated as part of conditional access policy, and user risk represents the probability that a given identity or account is compromised. User risk can be configured for high, medium, and low probability. After you define the condition, the next thing what you need to learn about is access control. So when you create a new policy, right under the condition, you can find access controls. So once the conditional access policy has been applied, an informed decision is reached whether to grant access, block access, or require additional verification. Some of the common decisions are block access, grant access, require one or more conditions to be met before granting access. Something like require MFA, require device to be marked as compliant, require hybrid Azure AD joint device, require approved client app, require app protection policy, require password change, etc. Conditional access policies can be targeted to members of specific groups or guests. For example, you can create a policy to exclude all guest accounts from accessing sensitive resources. Conditional access is a feature of a paid Azure Active Directory edition. In the next lesson, you're going to learn about Azure Active Directory roles. Azure AD roles control permissions to manage Azure AD resources, such as allowing user accounts to be created or billing information to be viewed. Azure Active Directory supports built-in and custom roles as well. Although there are many built-in admin roles in Azure AD, custom roles give flexibility when granting access. In this lesson, you will learn about Azure AD roles. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. So let's have a look into Azure AD built-in roles. A few of the most common built-in roles include Global Administrator, User Administrator, and Billing Administrator. So let me show you where you can find these roles within Azure Active Directory. I'm on my Azure portal. You can go to your Azure Active Directory and click on Roles and Administrators. This is where you can find all the built-in roles. So what is Global Administrator? Users with this role have access to all administrative features in Azure Active Directory. The person who signs up for the Azure Active Directory tenant automatically becomes a global administrator. Let's look into another user. This time, it is User Administrator. Users with this role can create and manage all aspects of users and groups. Additionally, this role includes the ability to manage support tickets and monitor service health. Another important role is Billing Administrator. Users with this role makes purchases, manages subscription, and manages support tickets and monitor service health. There are many different built-in roles for different areas of responsibility. All built-in roles are pre-configured bundles of permissions designed for specific tasks. Let us learn about Azure AD custom roles. Although there are many built-in admin roles in Azure AD, custom roles give flexibility when granting access. Granting permission using custom Azure AD roles is a two-step process that involves creating a custom role definition, which consists of a collection of permissions that you add from a preset list. So let me show you how you can create a custom role. Go back to your Azure Active Directory. Under Roles and Administrators, click on Create a new custom role. Give a name and a description. You can either start from scratch by clicking Next. Basically, you will have to go through all these permission levels to decide what level of permission you want to give to this particular role. Or what I would normally do is I would clone from a custom role. So once you have created a role definition, you can assign it to a user by creating a role assignment. A role assignment grants the user the permission in a role definition at a specific scope. A custom role can be assigned at org-wide scope, meaning that the role member has the role permission over all resources in the organization. A custom role can also be assigned at an object scope. An example of an object scope would be a single application. Custom roles require an Azure AD P1 or P2 license. So when you create these custom roles or when you decide to assign a rights to a user, only grant the access the user need. It's a best practice and more secure to grant users least privilege to get their work done. This means that if somebody mostly manages users, you should assign the user administrator role and not global administrator. This mitigates the risk of a user account being compromised and a hacker locking you out of your account. By assigning least privileges, you limit the damage that could be done with a compromised account. Managing access using role is known as role-based access control or RBAC. Azure AD built-in roles are a form of RBAC to control Azure AD resources. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about governance in Azure AD. Identity governance is concerned with balancing identity security with user productivity in a way that can be justified and audited. Azure AD provides many identity protection and governance capabilities, including privileged identity management, identity protection, and terms of use statements. In this lesson, you will learn about governance in Azure AD. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Azure AD identity governance gives organizations the ability to govern the identity lifecycle, govern access lifecycle, and secure privileged access for administrations. These actions can be completed for employees, business partners, and vendors, and across services and applications, both on-premises and in the cloud. It is intended to help organizations address these four key questions. Which users should have access to which resources? What are those users doing with that access? Are there effective organizational controls for managing access? Can auditors verify that the controls are working? This diagram shows a simplified version of the identity lifecycle. When planning the identity lifecycle management for employees, for example, many organizations model join, move, and leave processes. When an individual first joins an organization, a new digital identity is created if one isn't already available. When an individual moves between organizational boundaries, more access authorizations may need to be added or removed to their digital identity. When an individual leaves, access may need to be removed, and the identity might no longer be required other than for audit purposes. Let's look into Azure AD Entitlement Management. Entitlement Management is an identity governance feature that enables organizations to manage identity and access lifecycle at scale. Entitlement Management automates access request workflows, access assignments, reviews, and expiration. So what is Azure Active Directory Access Reviews? Azure AD Access Reviews enables organization to effectively manage group membership, access to enterprise applications, and role assignment. Regular access reviews ensures that only the right people have access to the resources. Excessive access rights are a known security risk. However, when people move between teams, take on or relinquish responsibilities, access rights can be difficult to control. Access reviews are helpful when you have too many users in privileged roles, such as a global administrator, or when automation isn't possible, such as when HR data isn't in Azure Active Directory. Let's learn about Azure AD Terms of Use. Azure AD Terms of Use allow information to be presented to users before they access data or an application. Terms of Use ensures users read relevant disclaimers for legal or compliance requirements. Employees or guests can be required to accept terms of use before they access sensitive data or an application or on a recurring schedule so they are reminded of regulations. or when terms of use are required in different languages. Terms of use are presented in a PDF format, and terms of use can also be presented to users on mobile devices. Conditional access policies are used to require a terms of use statement being displayed and ensuring that the users have agreed to those terms before accessing an application. Admins can then view who has agreed to these terms of use and who has declined. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Privileged Identity Management or PIM. Privileged Identity Management or PIM is an Azure Active Directory service that enables you to manage, control, and monitor access to essential resources in your organization. These resources include Azure AD, Azure, and other Microsoft online services like Microsoft 365 or Microsoft Intune. In this lesson, you will learn about privileged identity management. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Let us start with understanding why somebody should use privileged identity management. Organizations want to minimize the number of people who have access to secure information or resources because that reduces the chance of a malicious actor getting access or an authenticated user inadvertently impacting a sensitive resource. However, users still need to carry out privileged operations in Azure AD, Azure, Microsoft 365, or SaaS-based applications. So organizations can give users just-in-time privileged access to Azure and Azure AD resources and can oversee what those users are doing with their privileged access. Let us look into the privileged identity management capabilities. PIM mitigates the risk of excessive and unnecessary or misused access permissions. It requires justification to understand why users want permissions and enforces multi-factor authentication to activate any role. Privileged identity management is just in time, providing privileged access only when needed and not before. It is time bound by assigning start and end dates that indicate when a user can access resources. Privileged identity management is approval based, requiring specific approval to activate privileges. PIM is visible, sending notification when privileged roles are activated, and PIM is auditable, allowing a full access history to be downloaded as well. Let me quickly show you where you can find privileged identity management. I'm on my Azure portal. You can go to the search box and type in Azure AD Privileged Identity Management and select that. So this is where you would be able to create your roles. You can see your request and approval request. I'm not going to go in detail about how you can set up PIM. I think I have done a couple of videos in AZ500 and AZ104 explaining the steps of how you can set up privileged identity management. So please go and check those videos. So what can you do with PIM? Once you set up privileged identity management, you will see task, manage, and activity options in the left navigation menu. As an administrator, you will choose between options such as managing Azure AD roles, managing managing Azure resource roles, or privileged access groups. When you choose what you want to manage, you will see the appropriate set of options for that option. So why use PIM? Privileged identity management reduces the chance of a malicious attacker getting access by minimizing the number of people who have access to secure information or resources. By time limiting authorized users, it reduces the risk of authorized user affecting sensitive resources. PIM also provides oversight for what users are doing with their user administrator privileges. PIM mitigates the risk of organizations of elevated privileges. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Azure Identity Protection. Identity protection uses the learnings Microsoft has acquired from their position in organizations with Azure AD, the consumer space with Microsoft accounts, and in the gaming with Xbox to protect your users. Microsoft analyzes 6.5 trillion signals per day to identify and protect customers from threats. In this lesson, you will learn about Azure Identity Protection. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Azure Identity Protection is a tool that allows organizations to accomplish three key tasks. The first task is automate the detection and remediation of identity-based risk. Second task is investigate risk using data in the portal. And third main task is export risk detection data to third-party utilities for further analysis. Microsoft analyzes 6.5 trillion signals per day to identify potential threats. These signals come from Azure AD, Microsoft account, and Xbox accounts. The signals generated by these services are fed to identity protection, so they can be used by tools such as Conditional Access, which uses identity protection signals to make access decisions. These signals are also fed to security information and event management tools as well, such as Sentinel for further investigation. Identity protection categorizes risk into three tiers: low, medium, and high. Additionally, it can calculate the sign-in risk and user identity risk as well. So what is sign-in risk? Sign-in risk is the probability that the sign-in wasn't performed by the user. Let me quickly show you how you can find identity protection on your Azure portal. I'm on my Azure portal. I'm going to go to search bar and type in identity protection and select Azure AD Identity Protection. On the left hand side, you can see that there is user risk policy and sign-in based risk policy. Let's find out what are the options available in the sign-in risk policy. Sign-in risk policy uses two types of signals to calculate the risk: atypical travel and anonymous IP address. Atypical travel uses sign-in information from a typical location based on users' recent sign-in. Anonymous IP address uses sign-in information from anonymous IP addresses, for example, Tor browser or anonymized VPNs, etc. The next one is user risk. User risk is a probability that a user identity has been compromised, and this uses signals like unfamiliar sign-in properties, malware-linked IP address, leak credentials, password spray, Azure AD threat intelligence, etc. And these risk signals can trigger actions such as requiring the user to provide additional multi-factor authentication, reset the password, or block access until an administrator take actions. Now let us look into the different types of reports available with Azure AD Identity Protection. It gives you reports such as risky users, risky sign-ins, and risky detections. You can find these reports by going under Report. Investigation of events is a key to understanding and identifying any weak points in your security strategy. So after completing an investigation, admins will want to take action to remediate the risk or unblock users. Organizations also have the option to enable automated remediation using the risk policies. Microsoft recommends choosing events as soon as possible because time matters when working with risk. Identity protection is a feature of Azure AD Premium. After completing an investigation, admins will want to take action to remediate the risk or unblock users. Organizations also have the option to enable automated remediation using their risk policies. Microsoft recommends closing events as soon as possible because time matters when working with risk. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about network security groups. In today's modern work environment, where more users work remotely from home, managing access to assets and resources on your Azure Virtual Network is essential. In this lesson, you will learn about how Azure Network Security Groups can automatically allow or deny traffic to your cloud-based resources and assets. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Network security groups or NSGs let you allow or deny network traffic to and from Azure resources that exist in your Azure virtual network. For example, a virtual machine. When you create an NSG, it can be associated with multiple subnets or network interfaces in your VNet. An NSG consists of rules that define how the traffic is filtered. NSG security rules are evaluated by priority using 5 information points: source, source port, destination, destination port, and protocol to either allow or deny the traffic. As a guideline, you shouldn't create two security rules with the same priority and direction. So this is a highly simplified example diagram. You can see an Azure virtual network with two subnets and that are connected to internet, and each subnet has a virtual machine. Subnet 1 has an NSG assigned to it that's filtering inbound and outbound access to VM1, which needs a higher level of access. In contrast, VM2 could represent a public-facing machine that doesn't require an NSG. So let me take you to the Azure portal to show you a sample NSG on how it looks. On my Azure portal, you can search for NSG in the top search bar. Select Network Security Groups. As you can see, I don't have a network security group. I'm going to create one. I'm going to create a new resource group and give a name for the instance as well. And click on Review and Create. This wouldn't take any more than 30 seconds. I'm going to go to the resource. So that's how a sample NSG looks like. On the left hand side under settings, you can see inbound security rules and outbound security rules. As you can see that you can't remove these default rules, but you can override them by creating new rules with higher priorities. So let me explain you what are these properties on these rules. First, we need to understand what is name. Every NSG rules need to have a unique name that describes its purpose. For example, admin access only filter. Second is priority. Priority is a number between 100 and 4096. Rules are processed in priority order, with lower number processed before the higher numbers. When traffic matches a rule, processing stops. This means that any other rules with a lower priority won't be processed. The next one we need to learn about is source or destination. This specifies either individual IP address or IP address range, or service tag, or application security group. Specifying a range, a service tag, or application security groups enable you to create a fewer security rules. Next one is protocol. This indicates what network protocol will the rule check. The protocol can be of any TCP, UDP, ICMP, or any. The next thing is direction, whether it is inbound or outbound traffic. And finally, we need to learn about action. Action decide what will happen when this rule is triggered. There are limits to the number of security rules you can create in an NSG. So use Azure NSGs to automatically allow or deny traffic to your cloud-based resources and assets. An Azure virtual network is similar to network you would find in your organization. It enables different Azure resources, for instance, an Azure virtual machine, to securely communicate with other VNets, the internet, or your on-premises network. A VNet can be divided into multiple subnetworks, or it is known as subnets, and each with specific resources assigned to them. You can secure the resources within a subnet using network security groups. In the next lesson, you're going to learn about Azure DDoS protection. Any company, large or small, can become a target of a large-scale network attack. The nature of these attacks against your network might be simply to make statement or simply because the attacker wanted a challenge. In this lesson, you will learn about DDoS protection. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. The aim of distributed denial of service or DDoS attack is to overwhelm the resource on your application and servers, making them unresponsive or slow for genuine users. A DDoS attack will usually target any public-facing endpoint that can be accessed through the internet. There are three most popular type of distributed denial of service attack. These are volumetric attacks, protocol attacks, and resource layer attacks, or it is known as application layer attacks. Let me explain this one by one. So what are volumetric attacks? These are volume-based attacks that flood the network with seemingly legitimate traffic, overwhelming the available bandwidth. Legitimate traffic isn't able to get through. These types of attacks are measured in bits per second. Second is protocol attacks. Protocol attacks render a target inaccessible by exhausting server resources with false protocol requests that exploit weakness in layer 3 network and layer 4 protocols. These types of attacks are typically measured in packets per second. The third type is resource or application layer attacks. These attacks target web application packets to disrupt the transmission of data between the host. So what is Azure DDoS protection? The Azure DDoS protection service is designed to help protect your application and servers by analyzing network traffic and discarding anything that looks like a DDoS attack. Let's look at the example diagram here. Azure DDoS protection identifies the attacker's attempt to overwhelm the network. It blocks the traffic from the attacker and ensuring the traffic never reaches the Azure resources. Legitimate traffic from customers still flows to Azure without any interruption of service. Azure DDoS protection uses the scale and elasticity of Microsoft global network to bring DDoS mitigation capability to every Azure region. During a DDoS attack, Azure can scale your computing needs to meet the demand. DDoS protection can manage your cloud consumption by ensuring that your network load only reflects actual customer usage. Azure DDoS comes in two tiers, basic and standard. The basic tier is automatically enabled for every property in Azure at no additional cost. Always on traffic monitoring and real-time mitigation of common network level attacks provide the same defenses that Microsoft Online Services use. The standard tier provides extra mitigation capabilities that are tuned specifically for Microsoft Azure Virtual Network resources. DDoS protection standard is simple to enable and requires no application changes. The protection policies are tuned through dedicated traffic monitoring and machine learning algorithms. Policies are applied to public IP addresses which are associated with resources deployed in virtual networks such as Azure Load Balancer and Application Gateway. Let us look into Azure DDoS pricing. The DDoS standard protection service will have a fixed monthly cost. The fixed monthly charge includes protection for 100 resources. Protection for additional resources will be charged on a monthly per resource basis. So use Azure DDoS to enable you to protect your devices and application by analyzing traffic across your network and taking appropriate action on suspicious traffic. DDoS protection is enabled at virtual network level. All protected resource types within Azure Virtual Network will be automatically protected when DDoS protection is enabled on the Azure Virtual Network. When Application Gateway with WAF is deployed in your DDoS protected VNet, there are no additional charges for WAF. You pay for Application Gateway at the lowest non-WAF rate. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Azure Firewall. Azure Firewall is a managed cloud-based network security service that protects your Azure Virtual Network resources. It's a fully stateful firewall as a service with built-in high availability and unrestricted cloud scalability. In this lesson, you're going to learn about Azure Firewall. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. You can deploy Azure Firewall on any virtual network, but the best approach is to use it on a centralized virtual network. All your other virtual and on-premises network will then route through it. The advantage of this model is the ability to centrally exert control of network traffic for all your VNets across different subscriptions. With Azure Firewall, you can scale up the usage to accommodate changing network traffic flows, so you don't need to budget for peak traffic. So let's look at some of the key features of Azure Firewall. Azure Firewall provides you built-in high availability and availability zones. High availability is built in, so there is nothing to configure. Also, Azure Firewall can be configured to span multiple availability zones for increased availability. The next feature is outbound SNAT and inbound DNAT. You can use this SNAT and DNAT to communicate with internet resources. Another benefit is threat intelligence. Threat intelligence based filtering can be enabled for your firewall to alert and deny traffic to and from known malicious IP addresses and domains. Next feature include network and application level filtering. You can use IP addresses, port, and protocol to support fully qualified domain name filtering for outbound traffic and network filtering controls. Another feature is multiple public IP addresses. Multiple public IP addresses up to 250 can be associated with your firewall. And another great feature is you can integrate with your Azure Monitor as well. Integration with Azure Monitor enable you to collecting, analyzing, and acting on telemetry from Azure Firewall logs. Another firewall which is available in Azure is called Web Application Firewall or WAF. Web Application Firewall provides centralized protection of your web application from common exploits and vulnerabilities. A centralized WAF helps make security management simpler and improves the response time to your security threat and allows patching a known vulnerability in one place instead of securing each web application. A web application firewall also gives application administrators better assurance of protection against threats and intrusions. The WAF can be deployed to Azure Application Gateway, Azure Front Door, and Azure Content Delivery Network. You can use Azure Web Application Firewall to achieve centralized protection for your web application from common exploits and vulnerabilities. Azure Firewall Premium is a next generation firewall with capabilities that are required for highly sensitive and regulated environments. These capabilities include TLS ingestion, IDPS, URL filtering, and web categories. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Azure Bastion and Azure Keyvault. Let's assume you have set up multiple virtual network that uses a combination of NSGs and Azure firewalls to protect and filter access to assets and resources, including Azure virtual machines. Now you're protected from external threats, but need to allow your developers and data scientists who are working remotely direct access to those VMs. In this lesson, you will learn about how Azure Bastion and Keyvault can help you achieve that. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. In a traditional model, you will need to expose the Remote Desktop Protocol or RDP and SSH to the internet. These protocols can be used to gain remote access to your virtual machines. This process creates a significant surface threat that can be exploited by the attackers. Azure Bastion provides secure and seamless RDP SSH connectivity to your virtual machine directly from the Azure portal using TLS. When you connect via Azure Bastion, your virtual machines don't need a public IP address, agent, or a special client software. So what are the features of Azure Bastion? You get direct RDP and SSH in Azure portal. Another feature is remote session over TLS and firewall traversal for RDP and SSH. Then Azure Bastion opens the RDP SSH connection to your Azure virtual machine using private IP on your VM. So you don't need a public IP address. Next feature is no hassle of managing NSGs. A fully managed platform as a service for Azure that hardened internally to provide you this secure RDP SSH connectivity. Next feature is protection against port scanning. Because you don't need to expose your virtual machine to the internet, your VMs are protected against port scanning by rogue and malicious users located outside of your virtual network. And the last feature is Azure Bastion provides you protection against zero-day exploits. Because it sits at the perimeter of your virtual network, you don't need to worry about hardening each virtual machine in the virtual network. The Azure platform protects against zero-day exploits by keeping the Azure Bastion hardened and always up to date for you. Now let's learn about Azure Keyvault. Azure Keyvault is a centralized cloud service for storing your application secrets. Keyvault helps you control your application secrets by keeping them in a single central location and providing secure access, permission control, and access logging capabilities. It's useful for different kind of scenarios. So let's have a look into these different scenarios. The first one is secrets management. So you can use your key vault to store securely and tightly control access to tokens, passwords, certificates, API keys, and other secrets. Another use case scenario for Key Vault is for key management. So you can use Key Vault as a key management solution, and Key Vault makes it easier to create and control the encryption keys used to encrypt your data. The next use case scenario is for certificate management. Key Vault lets you provision, manage, and deploy your public and private SSL and TLS certificates for Azure and internally connected resources more easily. And one of the other key scenario where you can use Azure Key Vault is the use of hardware security modules or HSMs. The secrets and keys can be protected either by software or by FIPS 140-2 level 2 validated HSMs. Azure Key Vault enforces transport layer security, which is known as TLS protocol, to protect data when it's traveling between Azure Key Vault and clients. Clients negotiate a TLS connection with Azure Key Vault. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about different types of encryption on Azure. Azure supports various encryption models, including server-side encryption that uses service-managed keys, customer-managed keys in Key Vault, or customer-managed keys on customer-controlled hardware, which is client-side encryption. With client-side encryption, you can manage and store keys on-premises or other secure location. In this lesson, you're going to learn about different types of encryption on Azure. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Microsoft Azure provides many different ways to secure your data, each depending on the service or usage required. So let me show you different ways you can encrypt your data on Azure. The first type is Azure Storage Service Encryption. Data at rest in Azure Blob Storage and Azure File Shares can be encrypted in both server-side and client-side scenarios. Azure Storage Service Encryption or SSE can automatically encrypt data before it is stored, and it automatically decrypts the data when you retrieve it. The process is completely transparent to users. Storage Service Encryption uses 256 AES encryption, which is one of the strongest block ciphers available in the world. AES handles encryption, decryption, and key management transparently. The second type is Azure Disk Encryption. You can protect Windows and Linux virtual machine by using Azure Disk Encryption, which uses Windows BitLocker technology, and Linux uses dmcrypt to protect both operating system disk and data disk with full volume encryption. Encryption keys and secrets are safeguarded in your Azure Key Vault subscription. By using Azure Backup Service, you can backup and restore encrypted virtual machines that uses key encryption key configuration. It is known as KEK configuration as well. The third type is called Transparent Data Encryption or TDE. TDE is used to encrypt SQL Server, Azure SQL Database, and Azure Synapse Analytics data files in real time. Using a database encryption key or DEK, which is stored in the database boot record for availability during recovery. TDE protects data and log files using AES and 3DES encryption algorithm. 3DES algorithm is known as Triple Data Encryption Standard. Encryption of database file is performed at the page level. The pages in an encrypted database are encrypted before they are written to the disk and decrypted when they are read into memory. TDE is now enabled by default on newly created Azure SQL databases. Espionage, data theft, and data exfiltration are real threat to any company. The loss of sensitive data can be crippling and have legal implications. For most organizations, data is their most valuable asset. In a layered security strategy, the use of encryption serves as the last and the strongest line of defense. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about cloud security posture management. Cloud-based systems are continually evolving and changing as companies move away from on-premises to the cloud. This move makes it difficult for any IT department to know if your data, assets, and other resources are fully protected as they used to be. Even a small misconfiguration of a new feature can increase the attack surface available for cybercriminals to exploit. In this lesson, we are going to learn about cloud security posture management. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Cloud Security Posture Management, or CSPM, is a relatively new class of tools designed to improve your cloud security management. It assesses your security and automatically alerts security staff in your IT department when a vulnerability is found. CSPM uses tools and services in your cloud environment to monitor and prioritize security enhancement and features. Cloud Security Posture Management uses a combination of tools and services. The first one is Zero Trust Based Access Control. This considers the active threat level during access control decisions. Another tool or service is Real Time Risk Scoring. This is to provide visibility into top risk. The next one is TVM, or it is known as Threat and Vulnerability Management. This establishes a holistic view of the organization's attack surface and integrate it into operations and engineering decision making. The next one is Discover Sharing Risk. This is done to understand the data exposure of enterprise intellectual property on sanctioned and unsanctioned cloud services. The next one is to have a technical policy. So you can apply guardrails to audit and enforce the organization's standard and policies to technical systems. The last one is threat modeling systems and architectures. This is used alongside other specific applications. The main goal of cloud security team working on posture management is continuously report on and improve the organization's security posture by focusing on disrupting a potential attacker's return on investment. The function of CSM in your organization might be spread across multiple teams, or there may be a dedicated team. Cloud security posture management can be useful in many teams in your organization, which include threat intelligence team, information technology team, compliance and risk management teams. Business leaders and SMEs can use that as well, and security architecture and operation and audit team as well. Use CSPM to improve your cloud security management by assessing the environment and automatically alerting security staff for vulnerabilities. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Azure Security Center. Network security is an ever-changing and shifting battleground where a moment's hesitation can allow cybercriminals to compromise your security perimeter and steal vulnerable assets and resources. Using Azure Security Center gives your infrastructure a level of security management to protect your data. In this lesson, you will learn about high-level features and benefits of Azure Security Center. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Azure Security Center provides the tools you need to harden your network, secure services, and ensure you're on top of your security posture. Azure Security Center addresses the three most urgent security challenges. The first one is rapidly changing workloads. As organizations empower users to do more, the challenge is to ensure that the ever changing services people use and create meet your security standards and follow best practices. The second challenge is increasingly sophisticated attacks. So, wherever your work is situated, the attacks keep getting more sophisticated. Securing your public internet facing services is essential. Otherwise, you will be even more vulnerable. Last but not the least, the third challenge is security skills are in short supply. The number of security alerts and alerting systems far outnumber the total of administrators who have the necessary background and experience to ensure your environment are protected. To help against these challenges, Azure Security Center provides tools to strengthen your posture, protect against threat, and get secure faster. Let us first learn about how Microsoft Azure Security Center helps you or your organization strengthen your security posture. You can improve your security posture using Azure Security Center to identify and perform hardening tasks across your machines, data services, and applications. With Azure Security Center, you can manage and enforce security policies to ensure compliance across your virtual machines, non-Azure servers, and Azure PaaS services as well. Security Center brings continuous assessment of your entire estate, discovering and reporting whether new and existing resources and assets are configured according to security compliance requirements. You will get an ordered list of recommendations of what needs to be fixed to maintain maximum protection. And Security Center groups these recommendations into security controls and adds a secure score value to each control. This process is crucial in enabling you to prioritize security work. Now let's learn about the network mapping capability. One of the most powerful Security Center tools for continuously monitoring the security status of your network is the network map. Use the map to look at the topology of your workloads so you can see if each node is properly configured. You can see how your nodes are connected, which helps you block unwanted connections that could potentially make it easier for an attacker to creep along your network. And Security Center helps you get secure faster as well. With Security Center, organizations can secure faster through integration with other Microsoft security solutions. Also, integration with Azure and its resources means you will put together a complete security story involving Azure policy and built-in Security Center policies across all your Azure resources. You then ensure that the whole thing is automatically applied to newly discovered resources as you create them in Azure. Also, Security Center protects non-Azure servers and virtual machines in the cloud or on-premises for both Windows and Linux servers by installing the Log Analytics agent. Meanwhile, Azure virtual machines are auto-provisioned in the Security Center. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Azure Secure Score. Security Center continually assess your resources, subscriptions, and organization for security issues. It then aggregates all the findings into a single score so you can quickly see your current security situation. The higher the score, the lower the identified risk level. In this lesson, you're going to learn about Azure Secure Score. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. The secure score is shown in the Azure portal page as a percentage value. The underlying values are also clearly presented. To increase your security and raise your score, review Security Center's recommendations page for the outstanding actions necessary. and each recommendation includes instructions to help you remediate the specific issue. Let us learn about how is the security score calculated. Every control in the recommendations list shows the potential secure score increase if you address the underlying problem. To get every possible security control point, all your resources must follow each security recommendation within the security control. For example, Security Center has multiple recommendations for how to secure your management ports. You must remediate them all to make a difference in your security score. For example, security score control called Apply System Updates has a maximum score of 6 points. You can see it in the tooltip on the potential increase value of this control. The maximum score of this control, Apply System Updates, is always 6. So let me explain you what are these potential increase, current score and maximum score. Potential increase is the remaining points available to you within the control. In the current score, it determines each control contributes to the total score and the maximum number of points you can gain by completing all recommendations within the control. And the maximum score of the control indicates its relative significance. So if you have never seen or used Azure Secure Score, I have included an interactive guide. All you have to do is click on this guide. This will take you to an exercise where you can perform this task. You can download this study guide by going into a guidetocloud.com. If you are an Azure administrator for your organization, you will need to be aware of the security of your Azure environment and improve your security posture accordingly. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Azure Defender. Azure Defender is a built-in tool that provides threat protection for workloads running in Azure, on-premises, and other clouds. Azure Defender is the leading Microsoft extended detection and response solution for threat protection. Azure Defender protects your hybrid data, cloud-native services, and servers and integrates with your existing security workflows. In this lesson, you will learn about Azure Defender features and capabilities. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Azure Defender comes with several different plans that can be enabled separately and will run simultaneously to provide a comprehensive defense for compute, data, and service layers in your environment. The Azure Defender plans you can select are Azure Defender for servers. This adds threat detection and advanced defenses for your Windows and Linux machines. The next plan is Defender for your app services. This uses cloud scale to identify attacks targeting applications running over app service. The third one is Azure Defender for storage. This detects potentially harmful activity on your Azure storage accounts. These data can be protected whether stored on a blob container, file shares, or data lakes. The next one is Azure Defender for SQL. This extends Azure Security Center data security package to secure your databases and their data wherever they are located. The fifth one is Azure Defender for Kubernetes. This provides the best cloud native Kubernetes security environment hardening, workload protection, and runtime protection. Another plan which you can add is Azure Defender for container registries. This helps you protect all the Azure Resource Manager based registries in your subscription. Azure Defender scans all images pushed to your registry or imported into the registry or any images pulled within the last 30 days. The last one is Azure Defender for Keyvault. This is an Azure native service. Advanced threat protection for Azure Keyvault provide an extra layer for your security intelligence. Another capability of Azure Defender is its hybrid cloud protection. So you can defend your Azure environment and add Azure Defender capabilities to the hybrid cloud environment. This includes protecting your non-Azure servers and protecting your virtual machines in other cloud, including Amazon Web Services and Google Cloud Platform. To focus on what matters most, You can customize threat intelligence and prioritize alerts according to your specific environment. Let's talk about Azure Defender alerts, advanced protection, and vulnerability assessment. These are very important for you to understand. Let's talk about the alerts first. When Azure Defender detects a threat in any area of your environment, it generates an alert. These alerts describe details of the affected resources, suggested remediation steps, and in some cases, an option to trigger a logic app in response. The alerts can also be exported into Azure Sentinel. The next one is advanced protection. Azure Defender uses advanced analytics for tailored recommendations as they relate to your resources. These analytics might include securing the management port of your VMs with just-in-time access and adaptive application to create allow list for what apps should and shouldn't run on your machines. The last one is vulnerability assessment. Azure Defender includes vulnerability scanning for your virtual machine and container registries. You can review these findings from these vulnerability scanners and respond to them all from within the Azure Security Center. Estate security is an essential part of every organization. Without these tools protecting your organization's data, resources, and assets, it would be difficult. You would require multiple layers of overlapping third-party softwares, and there would be an overhead of extra maintenance with no guarantee of complete protection. It's easy to keep your system secure using Azure tools and services. In the next episode, you will learn about Azure Sentinel, protecting an organization's estate, resources, assets, and data from security breaches and attack is an ongoing and escalating challenge. Recently, the business world changed almost overnight as many staffs switched to remote working. This created an exploitable window for cyber criminals. IT departments rushed to patch and strengthen their staff's devices and their access to companies' assets and resources. In this lesson, you will learn about different security defenses that are available to protect your company's digital estate. You will explore how Azure Sentinel provides a single solution for alert detection, threat visibility, and proactive hunting and threat response. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Cyber criminals will often escalate their activity in times of national or global crisis, looking to exploit the situation and find ways into your organization. Having a resilient and robust industry standard set of tools can help mitigate and prevent those exploits. Security Incident and Event Management, which is known as SIEM, Security Orchestration Automated Response, known as SOAR, and Extended Detection and Response, known as XDR, provide excellent security insights and security automation that can enhance an organization's network security perimeter. So let me go ahead and explain these one by one so you can gain a general understanding of Azure tools that support SIEM, SOAR, and XDR, which you can use to protect your network security perimeter. So what is Security Incident and Event Management? A SIEM system is a tool that an organization uses to collect data from across the whole estate, including infrastructure, software, and resources. It does analysis, look for correlations or anomalies, and generates alerts and incidents. What is Security Orchestration Automated Response, or SOAR? A SOAR system takes alert from many sources such as SIEM system. The SOAR system then triggers action-driven automated workflows and processes to run security tasks that mitigate the issue. And what is Extended Detection and Response, known as XDR? An XDR system is designed to deliver intelligent, automated, and integrated security across an organization's domain. It helps prevent, detect, and respond to threat across identities, endpoints, applications, email, IoT, infrastructure, and cloud platforms. To provide a comprehensive security perimeter, and organizations need to use a solution that embraces or combines all of these solutions. Microsoft Azure Sentinel is a scalable, cloud native SIEM or SOAR solution that delivers intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence across the enterprise. It provides a single solution for alert detection, threat visibility, proactive hunting, and threat response. This is a diagram which shows the end-to-end functionality of Azure Sentinel. Azure Sentinel collects data at cloud scale across all users, devices, applications, and infrastructure, both on premises and in multiple clouds. And you can use Azure Sentinel to detect previously uncovered threats and minimize false positives using analytics and unparalleled threat intelligence. Azure Sentinel can investigate threats with AI and hunt suspicious activities at scale, tapping into decades of cybersecurity work at Microsoft. Azure Sentinel can also be used to respond to incidents rapidly with built-in orchestration and automation of common security tasks. Let me take you to the Azure portal to show you where you can find Azure Sentinel. As always, you can go to the search box and type in Azure Sentinel and select Sentinel. If you don't have a workspace created, you can create it by going into Click Create, provide the name of your Sentinel to a workspace, and click on Create a new workspace. As you can see that I already have one workspace created. So you can simply create one by clicking on Create One, select a resource group, provide a name, and select a pricing tier. That's about it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my existing Azure Sentinel workspace. Azure Sentinel comes with many connectors for Microsoft solutions available out of the box and providing real-time integration, including Microsoft 365 Defender and Microsoft 365 sources including Office 365, Azure AD, Microsoft Defender for Identity, Microsoft Cloud App Security, and more. First, you must have your data ingested into Azure Sentinel, for which you need data connectors. There are data connectors that cover a wide range of scenarios and sources, including syslog, Windows Event Logs, CEF, Azure, AWS services, etc. After you connect data sources to your Azure Sentinel, you can monitor the data using Azure Sentinel integration with Azure Monitor workbooks. You will see a canvas of data analysis and the creation of rich visual reports within the Azure portal. Through this integration, Azure Sentinel allows you to create custom workbooks across your data. It also comes with built-in workbook templates that allow quick insights across your data as soon as you connect a data source. Threat protection is a continually evolving battlefront. Cybercriminals look for any vulnerability they can exploit to steal, damage, or export company data, assets, and resources. Microsoft provides a suite of tools that give extended detection and response through Microsoft 365 Defender and Azure Defender. Both tools integrate smoothly with Azure Sentinel to provide a complete and thorough threat protection capability for your organization. Let us understand the Sentinel cost. Azure Sentinel provides intelligent security analytics across your enterprise. The data for this analysis is stored in the Azure Monitor Log Analytics workspace. Billing is based on volume of data ingested for analysis in Azure Sentinel and stored in the Azure Monitor Log Analytics workspace. There are two ways to pay for Azure Sentinel service: capacity reservations and pay-as-you-go model. With capacity reservations, you will be billed a fixed fee based on the selected tier, enabling a predictable total cost for Azure Sentinel. With pay-as-you-go pricing, you will be billed per gigabyte for the volume of data ingested for analysis in Azure Sentinel and stored in the Azure Monitor Log Analytics workspace. Every organization, whatever its size, is susceptible to security threats and attacks. Collecting data to gain visibility into your digital estate and detect, investigate, and respond to threats is central to any network security strategy. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Microsoft 365 Defender. Security threat prevention is not limited to just network security. It also covers applications, email, collaborations, endpoints, core SaaS solutions, identity, and more. With the integrated Microsoft 365 Defender solution, security professionals can stitch together the threat signals that each of these products receive and determine the full scope of the impact of the threat, how it entered the environment, what it's affected, and how it's currently impacting the organization. In this lesson, you're going to learn about how the Microsoft Defender service can help protect your organization. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Microsoft 365 Defender is an enterprise defense suite that protects against sophisticated cyber attacks. With Microsoft 365 Defender, you can natively coordinate the detection, prevention, investigation, and response to threats across email, identity, and applications. Microsoft 365 Defender also allows admins to access threat signals from applications, email, and identity to determine an attack scope and impact. It gives greater insights into how the threat occurred and what systems have been affected, and can take automated action to prevent or stop the attack. You can use Microsoft 365 Defender to protect identities, endpoints, applications, and emails. Let me explain one by one. First, let's talk about identities with Microsoft Defender for identity and Azure AD identity protection. This can be used to investigate advanced threats, compromised identities, and malicious insider actions directed at your organization. The next one is endpoints with Microsoft Defender for endpoint. This is a unified endpoint platform for preventive protection and post-breach detection and automated investigation and response. The next one is applications with Microsoft Cloud App Security. This is a comprehensive cross-SaaS solution bringing deep visibility, strong data controls, and enhanced threat protection to your cloud applications. The last one is email and collaboration with Microsoft Defender for Office 365. This will safeguard your organization against malicious threat posed by email messages, links, or URLs, and collaboration tools. Let us learn about Microsoft Defender and identity capabilities and key areas. The first one is monitor and profile user behavior and activities. So the Defender for Identity monitors and analyzes user activities and information across your network, including permission and group membership, creating a behavioral baseline for each user. Defender for Identity then identifies anomalies with adaptive built-in intelligence. The next one is protect user identities and reduce the attack surface. Defender for Identity gives invaluable insights on identity configurations and suggested security best practices. The next one is identify suspicious activity and advanced attacks across the cyber attack kill chain. Defender for Identity identifies reconnaissance, compromised credentials, lateral movements, and domain dominance at the source throughout the entire cyber attack kill chain. Finally, you can use Defender for investigate alerts and user activities. Microsoft Defender for Identity protects your organization from compromised identities, advanced threats, and malicious insider actions. Now let us understand what is Microsoft Defender for Office 365. Defender for Office 365 is formerly known as Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. This safeguards your organization against malicious threat posed by email messages, links, and collaboration tools including Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, and other Office clients. Microsoft Defender for Office 365 covers four main areas. First one is threat protection policies. You can use that to get reports, threat investigation and response capabilities, and automated investigation and response capabilities. Microsoft Defender for Office 365 is available in two plans. The plan you choose influences the tools you see and use. It's important that you make sure that you select the best plan to meet your organization's need. The Plan 1 offers configuration, protection, and detection tools for your Office 365 suite. And the Plan 2 includes all the core features of Plan 1 and provides automation, investigation, remediation, and simulation tools to help protect your Office 365 suite. So, what is Microsoft Defender for Office 365 availability? Microsoft Defender for Office 365 is included in certain subscriptions such as Microsoft 365 E5, Office 365 E5, Office 365 A5, and Microsoft 365 Business Premium. If your subscription doesn't include Defender for Office 365, you can purchase it as an add-on. Use Microsoft 365 Defender for Office 365 to protect your organization's collaboration tools and messages. All right, the final topic on this lesson is all about Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint is formerly known as Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection. This is a platform designed to help enterprise network protect endpoints. This is done by preventing, detecting, investigating, and responding to advanced threats. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint embeds technology built into Windows 10 and Microsoft Cloud Services. Microsoft Defender for Endpoints include threat and vulnerability management, attack surface reduction. This reduces the place where your organization is vulnerable. This includes next generation protection, endpoint detection and response, automated investigation and remediation. Microsoft threat experts use Microsoft Defender for Endpoint to protect your organization's endpoints and respond to advanced threats. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint includes Microsoft Secure Score for devices to help you dynamically assess the security state of your enterprise network, identify unprotected systems, and take recommended actions to improve overall security. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint integrates with various components in the Microsoft Defender suite and other Microsoft solutions. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Microsoft Cloud App Security. Moving to the cloud increases flexibility for employees and IT teams. However, it also introduces new challenges and complexities for keeping your organization secure. To get the full benefit of cloud apps and services, an IT team must find the right balance for supporting access while protecting critical data. In this lesson, you're going to learn about Microsoft Cloud App Security. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Microsoft Cloud App Security, or MCAS, is a cloud access security broker service. It's a comprehensive cross SaaS solution that operates as an intermediary between a cloud user and the cloud provider. Microsoft Cloud App Security provides rich visibility to your cloud services, control over data travel, and sophisticated analytics to identify and combat cyber threats across all your Microsoft and third-party cloud services. You can use this service to gain visibility into shadow IT by discovering the cloud apps being used. You can control and protect the data in the apps after you sanction them to the service. So let me first show you how you can access your Microsoft Cloud App Security. You can access the Microsoft Cloud App Security portal by going into portal.cloudappsecurity.com. Microsoft Cloud App Security is built on a framework that provides discover and control the use of shadow IT, This is where you can identify the cloud apps and IaaS and PaaS services used by your organization, investigate usage patterns, assess the risk level and business readiness of more than 16,000 SaaS apps against more than 80 risk. Then you can understand, classify, and protect the exposure of sensitive information at rest. Use out of box policies and automated processes to apply controls in real time across all your cloud applications. After that, you can protect against cyber threats and anomalies as well. And then you can assess your cloud apps compliance. By doing so, you can find out if your cloud apps meet relevance compliance requirements, including regulatory compliance and industry standards, and prevent data leaks to non-compliant apps and limit access to regulated data. Let us look into the Microsoft Cloud App Security architecture. Cloud App Security isn't only about how you strengthen or harden your servers to detect and prevent cyber threats. It requires consideration on the architecture of your entire estate, how each server connects to its neighbor, and the routes that network traffic takes can make a significant difference to your security model. You can use Cloud App Discovery to map and identify your cloud environment and the cloud apps your organization uses. Cloud Discovery uses your traffic logs to dynamically discover and analyze the cloud apps being used. Then you can use Cloud App Security to sanction or unsanction apps in your organization by using the Cloud App Catalog. It includes more than 16,000 cloud apps that are ranked and scored based on the industry standards. Using Conditional Access App Control Protection to get real-time visibility and control over your access and activities within your cloud applications. Another thing you need to understand about cloud app security is you have another flavor of it, which is Office 365 Cloud App Security. This is a subset of Microsoft Cloud App Security, which provides enhanced visibility and control for your Office 365. Use Microsoft Cloud App Security to intelligently and proactively identify and respond to threats across your organization's Microsoft and non-Microsoft cloud services. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about security management capabilities of Microsoft 365. The security management capabilities of Microsoft 365 through the Microsoft Security Center provides a centralized site where you can manage security across Microsoft identities, data, devices, and apps. Throughout this lesson, you will learn about capabilities of Microsoft Security Center, including Microsoft Secure Score, dashboards, and reports. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. First, let's start with understanding Microsoft 365 Security Center. The Microsoft 365 Security Center is the new home for monitoring and managing security across your Microsoft identities, data, devices, apps, and infrastructure. This is where you can easily view the security health of your organization, act to configure devices, users, and apps, and get alerts for suspicious activity. The Microsoft 365 Security Center helps security admins and security operations teams manage and protect their organization. So let me show you where you can find this Microsoft 365 Security Center. Alright, so let me first let you understand how you can find Microsoft 365 Security Center. You can go to security.microsoft.com to go to your Microsoft 365 Security Center. The Microsoft 365 Security Center homepage shows many of the common cards that security teams need. The composition of cards and data is dependent on the user role. Because the Microsoft 365 Security Center uses role-based access control, different roles will see cards that are more meaningful to their day-to-day jobs. On the homepage, you will get a glance of the view of the overall security health of your organization. On the left hand side, you can find incidents, and this will show you the broader story of an attack by connecting the dots seen in the individual alerts on your entities. I haven't used this incident page for a long time. That's why I don't have any data immediately when I clicked on it. Other area you can look into is alerts. Because I don't have any data on my tenant, you can't see much details over here. This is where you can get visibility into all the alerts across your Microsoft 365 environment. The next one is Action Center. Action Center allows your security operations team to focus on more sophisticated threats and other high-value initiatives. On the left-hand side, you can find reports. This is where you can get more details and information you need to better protect your users, devices, apps, and other things. So if you have access to a Microsoft 365 tenant, definitely go and have a look at this. The next topic we need to look into is Microsoft Secure Score. Microsoft Secure Score is one of the tools in the Microsoft Security Center. Is a representation of a company's security posture. The higher the score, the better your protection is. Secure Score can help your organization report on the current state of their security posture, improve their security posture by providing discoverability, visibility, guidance, and control, and compare benchmarks and establish key performance indicators. So let me show you where you can find Secure Score. So I go back to my security center. On the left hand side, you can find Secure Score. Currently, Microsoft Secure Score supports recommendations for Microsoft 365, including Exchange Online, Azure Active Directory, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Microsoft Defender for Identity, and Cloud App Security. New recommendations to the Secure Score are being added to the Secure Score constantly. If you have a license for one of the supported Microsoft products, you will see related recommendations. And Secure Score will show all possible improvements of a product. So whatever the license edition, subscription, or plan, you will then see all the security best practices and improvements that can be made to your score. The next one is Microsoft 365 Security Reports and Dashboards. The Microsoft Security Center includes a report section that shows various cards covering different areas. Security analysts and administrators can track the cards as part of their day-to-day operations. On drill down, cards provide detailed reports and in some cases, management options. By default, the cards are grouped by identities, data, devices, and apps. Use the report section to view security trends across your organization and track the protection of your organization devices, apps, identities, and data. The new Microsoft 365 Security Center is a specialized workplace designed to meet the needs of security and compliance teams. The Microsoft 365 Security Center provides actionable insights to help reduce risk and safeguard your digital estate. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Microsoft Intune is a cloud-based service that focuses on mobile device management and mobile application management. It is known as MDM and MAM. In this lesson, you will explore what Microsoft Intune is and how to use endpoint security to manage devices with Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Microsoft Intune is part of Microsoft Enterprise Mobility plus Security Suite. It is known as EMS. Intune integrates with Azure Active Directory to control who has access and what they can access. It also integrates with Azure Information Protection for data protection. It can be used with Microsoft 365 suite of products. For example, you can deploy Microsoft Teams, OneNote, and other Microsoft 365 apps to your devices. This feature enables people in your organization to be productive on all of their devices while keeping your organization's information protected with policies you create. With Intune, Admins can support a diverse mobile environment and manage iOS, iPadOS, Android, Windows, and Mac operating system devices securely. And you can set rules and configure settings on personal and organizational owned devices to access data and networks. You will be able to deploy and authenticate apps for both on-premises and mobile devices. You can protect your company information by controlling the way users access and share information. With Intune, you can be sure that devices and apps are compliant with your security requirements. Intune supports both MDM and MAM. MDM is mobile device management and MAM is mobile application management. So let me give you an understanding about what is MDM. So for devices that are owned by the businesses, organizations can maintain full control. This includes settings, features, and security. When these devices are enrolled with Microsoft Intune, they will receive rules and settings defined by Intune policies. For example, you can define password requirements. So what is MAM or Mobile Application Management? Users with personal devices might not want their phone to be under full corporate control. Mobile Application Management or MAM gives administrators the ability to protect corporate data at the application level, where users just want to access apps like email or Microsoft Teams. Admins can use application protection policies without requiring the device to be enrolled in Intune. This will support bring your own device scenarios. You can use Configuration Manager along with Microsoft Intune. This is known as Microsoft Endpoint Manager. And then you can choose be 100% cloud with Intune or be co-managed with Configuration Manager and Intune. With this, you will be able to deploy and authenticate apps on devices both on premises and mobile. I will be creating a separate Microsoft Intune in-depth tutorial later. Now let's understand what are the ways you can protect your endpoint security with Microsoft Intune. So let me show you where you can find Microsoft Intune. You can go to endpoint.microsoft.com to access your Intune console. I'm not going to go deep into it. Like I said, when I create a full-length course, I will touch base on all the topics which is related for Microsoft Intune. Now let's get back to the presentation to learn about the endpoint security aspect of Microsoft Intune. First, let's understand how can you manage these devices. The endpoint security node includes all devices view, where you will be able to list all the devices for your Azure AD that are available in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. The next one is you can manage security baselines. Intune includes security baselines for Windows devices and a growing list of applications including Microsoft Edge, Defender for Endpoint, which is known as Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection, and more. Intune gives you ability to use policies to manage device security. Each endpoint security policy focuses on aspects of device security like antivirus, disk encryption, firewalls, and areas such as endpoint detection and response and attack surface reduction. Another way you can use endpoint security is to use device compliance policy. So use device compliance policy to establish the conditions by which devices and users are allowed to access the corporate network and company resources. Intune can also be integrated with Azure Active Directory conditional access policies to enforce compliance policies. And Intune passes the result of your device compliance policy to Azure Active Directory, which then uses conditional access policies to enforce which devices and apps can access your corporate resources. Intune can be integrated with your Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. This will give you mobile threat defense solution. And finally, you can use role-based access control with Microsoft Intune. RBAC helps manage who has access to organizational resources and what do they do with them. Intune also allows people in your organization to use their personal devices for school or work. Intune helps make sure your organization data stays protected and can isolate it from personal data on personal devices. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about Microsoft Compliance Manager. Organizations must stay in line with compliance regulated, legal, and regulatory standards to protect their customers, partners, and themselves. Microsoft provides tools and capabilities to enable organizations to manage compliance. In this lesson, you will learn about the common compliance needs organizations are required to meet. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Data has become more important than ever. Organizations, institutions, and entire societies generate and rely on data to function on day-to-day basis. Any manipulation or loss of data can damage organizations, institutions, and societies alike. The sheer scale of data generated and the increasing reliance on it means that data management has become very important. Governments are working hard to protect people by creating regulations that are designed to protect data through several measures. This include granting individuals the right to correct or delete data about them if they need it, granting individuals the right to access their data at any time, introducing minimum and maximum retention periods for their data, enabling governments and regulatory agencies the right to access and examine data when necessary, and defining rules for what data can be processed and how that should be done. Some regulations also require that data remains protected even if it is moved between geographic locations. For example, regulations in some countries require that any personal data transferred outside of their borders meet several conditions, including the destination country where personal data is to be transferred must be considered to have adequate protections for the data. Some of the common compliance regulations include HIPAA, which is Health Insurance Probability and Accountability Act, FERPA, which is Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, and ISO 27701. Microsoft supports organizations' compliance need with built-in tools and capabilities to help them protect information, manage data governance, and respond to regulatory requests. So I'm going to introduce you to these tools and services which you can use to manage your compliance. The first one is Compliance Center. You can access the Compliance Center by going into compliance.microsoft.com. The Microsoft Compliance Center brings together all the tools and data that are needed to help understand and manage any organization's compliance needs. The Compliance Center is available to customers with Microsoft 365 SKU, and if you have one of these roles available, Global Administrator, Compliance Administrator, Compliance Data Administrator. Another tool which you can use is Compliance Manager. Microsoft Compliance Manager is a feature in the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center that helps admins to manage an organization's compliance requirement with greater ease and convenience. Compliance Manager can help organizations throughout their compliance journey, from taking inventory of data protection risk to managing the complexities of implementing controls, staying current with regulations and certifications, and reporting to auditors. The Compliance Center dashboard shows the current compliance score and helps admin to see what needs attention and guides them to key improvement actions as well. So how can you understand the compliance score? Compliance score measures progress in completing recommended improvement actions within controls. The score can help an organization to understand its current compliance posture. It also helps organization to prioritize action based on their potential to reduce risk. So you may wonder, what is the main difference between Compliance Manager and the compliance score. Compliance Manager is an end-to-end solution in Microsoft 365 Compliance Center to enable admins to manage and track compliance activities. Compliance score is a calculation of the overall compliance posture across the organization. The compliance score is available through Compliance Manager. Without these tools, organizations couldn't manage compliance and they would be at risk of not meeting required legal and regulatory standards. With these tools, they can stay in line with compliance requirements. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about information protection. Organizations need to protect all sorts of information, including financial and personal information. This must be done to ensure customers, employees, and the organization are protected from risk. The organization needs to stay in line with the compliance standards wherever it operates. Microsoft provides solutions that can help organizations to implement information protection and governance. In this lesson, you will learn about how Microsoft solutions and capabilities like data classification, records management, and data loss prevention can help you implement information protection and governance. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Microsoft Information Governance manages your content lifecycle using solution to import, store, and classify business critical data so you can keep what you need and delete what you don't. It gives organizations the capabilities to govern their data for compliance or regulatory requirements. Microsoft Information Protection and Microsoft Information Governance work together to classify, protect, and keep your data where it lives and wherever it goes. The first step organizations need to do is know your data. Organizations can understand their data landscape and identify important data across on-premises, cloud, and hybrid environments. Capabilities and tools such as trainable classifiers, Activity Explorer, and Content Explorer allow organizations to know their data. Second step is to protect your data. Organizations can apply flexible protection actions, including encryption, access restrictions, and visual markings. Third step is to prevent data loss. Organizations can detect risky behavior and prevent accidental oversharing of sensitive information. Capabilities such as data loss prevention policies and endpoint data loss prevention enable organizations to avoid data loss. And the final step is to govern your data. Organizations can automatically keep, delete, and store data and records in a compliant manner. Capabilities like retention policies, retention labels, and record management enable organizations to govern their data. Let's look at data classification capabilities of Compliance Center. The first one is sensitive information type. With Microsoft 365 Compliance Center, admins can identify and protect sensitive information types. Sensitive information types have set patterns that can be used to identify them. For example, an identification number in a region or country may be based on a specific pattern. Some examples include credit card numbers, passport or identification numbers, bank account numbers, health service numbers, etc. The next one is trainable classifiers. Trainable classifiers use artificial intelligence and machine learning to intelligently classify your data. There are two types of classifiers: pre-trained classifiers and custom trainable classifiers. Another capability is understand and explore the data. Data classification can involve large numbers of documents and emails. To help administrators to easily derive insights and understanding, the overview section of the data classification pane in the Compliance Center provides many details at glance. The next thing we need to understand is sensitivity labels and policies. Organizations must protect their data to safeguard customers and business operations and to meet compliance standards. Admins can enable their organization to protect its data through capabilities and tools such as sensitivity labels and policies in Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. Sensitivity labels are available as part of information protection in the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. This enables the labeling and protection of content without affecting productivity and collaboration. These labels include customizable, clear text, and persistent. After sensitivity labels are created, they need to be published to make them available to people and service in the organization. Sensitivity labels are published to users or groups through label policies, and sensitivity label will then appear in Office apps for those users and groups. Another tool you need to understand is the data loss prevention or DLP. Data loss can harm an organization's customers, business processes, and the organization itself. Organizations need to prevent data loss by detecting risky behavior and preventing sensitive information from being shared inappropriately. Admins can use data loss prevention policies available in Microsoft 365 Compliance Center to help their organization. Another mechanism is using retention policies and labels. Retention labels and policies help organizations to manage and govern information by ensuring content is kept only for required time and then permanently deleted. Applying retention labels and assigning retention policies help organizations comply proactively with industry regulations and internal policies, reduce risk when there is litigation or a security breach, and ensures users work only with content that's current and relevant to them. And the last one is records management. Organizations of all type require a management solution to manage regulatory, legal, and business critical records across their corporate data. Records management in Microsoft 365 helps an organization look after their legal obligations. It also helps to demonstrate compliance with regulations and increases efficiency with regular disposition of items that are no longer required to be kept and no longer of value or no longer required for business purposes. Now you have explored how Microsoft 365 capabilities like data classification, records management, and data loss prevention can help provide information protection and information governance across an organization. Without these capabilities, an organization's information could be at risk and it might not be compliant with the legal and regulatory standards. However, by using these capabilities, organization can provide information protection and governance to help avoid the risk of non-compliance. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about insider risk capabilities. Organizations understand that risk can come from insiders like contractors or even employees. There is always a risk that people might share information with competitors after leaving the company. Organizations need to ensure that they are protected from those kinds of risk. In this lesson, you will learn about how Microsoft 365 capabilities like insider risk management, communication compliance, information barriers, privileged identity management, and customer logbox that can help you protect your organization. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. Insider risk management helps organizations to identify, investigate, and addresses internal risk. With focused policy templates, comprehensive activity signaling across Microsoft 365, and a flexible workflow, organizations can take advantage of actionable insights to help identify and resolve risky behavior quickly. Identifying and resolving internal risk activities and compliance issue with the insider risk management in Microsoft 365 is achieved using the following workflow. It starts with understanding policies. Insider risk management policies are created using predefined templates and policy conditions that define what risk indicators are examined in Microsoft 365 feature areas. The next one is alerts. Alerts are automatically generated by risk indicators that match policy conditions and are displayed in the alerts dashboard. The next one is triage. New activities that need investigation automatically generate alerts that are assigned a need review status. Reviewers in the organization can quickly identify these alerts and scroll through each of these to evaluate and triage. The next stage is investigation. Cases are created for alerts that require deeper review and investigation for the details and circumstances around the policy match. The finally, action. After cases are investigated, reviewers can quickly act to resolve the case or collaborate with other risk stakeholders in the organization. Let's understand the communication compliance. Communication compliance in Microsoft 365 Compliance Center helps minimize communication risk by enabling organizations to detect, capture, and take remediation actions for inappropriate messages. Identifying and resolving compliance issue with communication compliance in Microsoft 365 uses the following workflow. It starts with configure. In this step, admins identify compliance requirements and configure applicable communication compliance policies. The next step is investigate. This is where admins look deeper into the issues detected when matching your communication compliance policies. The next stage is remediate. This is where you will remediate communications compliance issue. And finally, monitor. Keeping track and managing compliance issues identified by communication compliance policies and the entire workflow process. So, what are information barriers? Information barriers are policies that admins can configure to prevent individuals or groups from communicating with each other. When information barrier policies are in place, people who shouldn't communicate with other specific users can't find, select, chat, or call those users. With information barriers, checks are in place to prevent unauthorized communication. In Microsoft Teams, information barrier policies determine and prevent the following kind of unauthorized communications. Let us understand privileged access management. Privileged access management allows granular access control over privileged admin tasks in Microsoft 365. It can help protect organizations from breaches that use existing privileged admin accounts with standing access to sensitive data or access to critical configuration settings. Enabling privileged access management in Microsoft 365 allows organizations to operate with zero standing access. This means that any user who needs privileged access must request permission for access and will receive only the level of access they need just when they need it, and with just enough access to perform the job at hand. The last topic is the customer logbox. Occasionally, an organization might need Microsoft engineers' help to help troubleshoot and fix reported issues. Usually, issues are fixed through extensive telemetry and debugging tools Microsoft has in place for its services. However, some cases require a Microsoft engineer to access the organization's content to determine the root cause and fix the issue. Customer logbox ensures that Microsoft can't access the content to perform a service operations without explicit approval. And the customer logbox brings the organization into the approval workflow for requests to access their content. Because customer logbox follows a formal approval for access control, a common question is how this capability relates to privileged access management. Customer logbox allows a level of access control for organizations when Microsoft accesses this data. Privileged access management allows granular access control within an organization for all Microsoft 365 privileged tasks. There are various capabilities available from Microsoft 365 to help protect organization from insider risk. We have completed the lecture part of SC-900 course. I hope the information provided was helpful. In the next episode, we will go through a few question and answers to help you prepare for your actual exam. Congratulations on completing the lecture part of SC-900 course. Well done. Please pause the video after reading the question if you want to test your knowledge before I reveal the answer. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. So let us look into the question number 1. An organization has deployed Microsoft 365 applications to all employees. Who is responsible for the security of the personal data relating to these employees? The options are the organization, Microsoft the SaaS provider, or the shared responsibility between your organization and Microsoft. So we are looking at here the responsibility for the personal data relating to these employees. So the correct answer is the organization. In the shared responsibility model, the customer organization always has responsibility for their data, including personal data relating to employees. Let us look into question number 2. Which of the following measures might an organization implement as part of the defense in depth security methodology? I hope you remember we learned about defense in depth on episode number 2 or 3. Let us look into the options. Locating servers at different locations in your organization, multi-factor authentication for all users, ensuring there is no segmentation for your corporate network. The correct answer is multi-factor authentication for all users. Multi-factor authentication is an example of defense in depth at the identity and access layer. Question number 3. The human resources organization want to ensure that stored employee data is encrypted. Which security mechanism would they use? Let's look into the options first. Hashing, digital signing, encryption at rest. The correct answer is encryption at rest. Encryption at rest could be the part of security strategy to protect employee training data. Question number 4. When browsing Microsoft compliance documentation, you have found several documents that are specific to your industry. What is the best way of ensuring you keep up to date with the information they contain? Let's look at the options first. Would you save the documents to your My Library? Or will you print each document so you can easily refer to them? Or download each document? The correct answer is save the document to My Library. By saving the documents to your My Library, you will be prompted to say when you want to be notified of the updates. Let us look into question number 5. A colleague has asked for your help in locating compliance and regulatory information relevant to your industry. You want to provide one link that will provide all the information they might need. Which Microsoft link should you send? The options are Microsoft Privacy Principles, Service Trust Portal, Microsoft Compliance Manager. The correct answer is Microsoft Service Trust Portal. From the Service Trust Portal, there are links to different sites containing compliance and regulatory documentation. Let us look into question number 6. What type of security risk does a phishing scam pose? The options are ethical risk, physical risk, and identity risk. Correct answer is identity risk. A phishing scam is an example of an identity attack. Question number 7. What is a benefit of single sign-on? The options are a central identity provider, which can be used. The user sign in once and then can access many applications or resources, or a password always expire after 72 days. The correct answer is the user signs in once and then can access many applications or resources. With single sign-on, A user sign in once and can then access a number of applications or resources. Question number 8. Which relationship allows federated services to gain access to resources? The options are claimed relationship, shared access relationship, trust relationship. The correct answer is trust relationship. Federated services use a trust relationship to allow access to resources. Question number 9. Authentication is the process of doing what? The options are verifying that a user or device is who they say they are, the process of profiling user behavior, or enabling federated services. The correct answer is verifying that a user or device is who they say they are. Authentication is the process of verifying that a user or device is who they say they are. Let us look into the last question on this episode. Your organization is launching a new app for customers. You want your customers to use a sign-in screen that is customized with your brand identity. Which type of Azure external identity authentication solution should you use? Options are Azure AD B2B, Azure AD B2C, Azure AD Hybrid Identities. The correct answer is Azure AD B2C. Azure AD B2C is an authentication solution for customers that they can customize with their own brand identity. Question number 11. Within your organization, all your users have Microsoft 365 cloud identities. Which identity model should you use? The options are hybrid, cloud only, and on-premises only. Since all your users have Microsoft 365 cloud identities, the answer is cloud only. When all your users have cloud identities, you should use the cloud only model. Question number 12. You have developed an app and want users to be able to sign in with their Facebook, Google, or Twitter credentials. What type of authentication will you use? The options are Service Principal Authentication, Azure AD B2C, and User Assigned Identities. The correct answer is Azure AD B2C. Azure AD Business to Customer allows external users to log in with their preferred social media account to sign into your application such as Facebook, Google, or Twitter. Question number 13. After hearing of a security breach at a competitor, you want to improve identity security within your organization. What should you implement immediately to provide the greatest protection to user identities? The options are multi-factor authentication, require biometrics for all sign-in, require strong passwords for all identities. The correct answer is multi-factor authentication or MFA. Multi-factor authentication dramatically improves the security of an identity. Let us look into question number 14. To improve identity security within your organization, you want to implement Windows Hello for Business. When explaining the benefits of Windows Hello for Business to your colleagues, which of the following is true? Let's look at the options. Windows Hello is an authentication feature built into Windows Server 2012 R26. Windows Hello is an alternative to multi-factor authentication. Windows Hello for Business is more secure because it uses pins and biometric data to authenticate users. The correct answer is Windows Hello for Business is more secure because it uses pins and biometric data to authenticate users. And this does not transmit data to an external server. Let us look into question number 15. You have been asked to find ways to reduce IT cost without compromising security. Which feature should you consider implementing? The options are self-service password reset, biometric sign-in on all devices, FIDO2. The correct answer is self-service password reset. Self-service password reset or SSPR allows users to change or reset their own passwords, thereby reducing the cost of providing administrators and help desk personnel. Question number 16. You have been asked to consider the feasibility of implementing conditional access for your organization. What must you do to implement conditional access? Let's look at the options first. Create policies that enforce organizational rules. Check that all users have multi-factor authentication enabled. Amend your apps to allow conditional access. The correct answer is create policies that enforce organizational rules. Conditional access is implemented using policies that enforce organizational rules. Question number 17. Sign-in risk is a signal used by conditional access policies to decide whether to grant or deny access. What is sign-in risk? The options are the probability that the device is owned by the identity owner, the probability that the authentication request is authorized by the identity owner, the probability that the user is authorized to view data from a particular application. The correct answer is the probability that the authentication request is authorized by the identity owner. Question number 18. You have been asked to review Azure AD roles assigned to users to improve organizational security. Which of the following should you implement? The options are remove all global admin roles assigned to users, create custom roles, and replace global admin roles with specific Azure AD roles. The correct answer is replace global admin roles with specific Azure AD roles. By following the least privileged security model and assigning specific admin roles such as billing administrator or user administrator to more users instead of global admin roles, you can improve organizational security. Question number 19. Your organization has recently merged with a competitor, nearly doubling the number of employees. You urgently need to implement an access lifecycle system that won't add a significant amount of work for your IT administrators. Which Azure AD feature should you implement? The options are dynamic groups, conditional access policies, Azure AD terms of use. Correct answer is dynamic groups. Dynamic groups use attribute-based rules to determine who is a member of a group, thereby reducing the administrative overhead of adding and removing users. Let's look at the last question on this episode. Question number 20. Your organization is project-oriented, with employees often working on more than one project at a time. Which solution is best suited to managing user access to your organization's resources? The options are Azure Terms of Use, Dynamic Groups, Entitlement Management. The correct answer is Entitlement Management. Entitlement management is well suited to handling project-based access needs. Entitlement management automates access requests, access assignments, reviews, and expiration of bundle of resources relevant to a project. Question number 21. Your organization has recently conducted a security audit and found that 4 people who have left the organization were still active and assigned global admin roles. The users have now been detected and you have been asked to recommend a solution to prevent a similar security lapse happening in the future. Which solution should you recommend? The options are entitlement management, privileged identity management, and identity protection. The correct answer is privileged identity management. Privileged identity management mitigates the risk of excessive, unnecessary, or misused access permissions. Question number 22. You have recently discovered that several user accounts in the finance department have been compromised. Your CTO has asked for your help in finding a solution to reduce the impact of compromised user accounts. They have asked you to look at 3 Azure AD features. Which one should you recommend? The options are identity protection, conditional access, entitlement management. The correct answer is identity protection. Identity protection is a tool that allows organizations to utilize security signals to identify potential risk or potential threats. Question number 23. The security admin wants to increase the priority of a network security group. What 5 sources of information will the admin need to provide? The options are, so I'm not going to read the options. I'm going to tell you what is the correct answer. The correct answer is option 2. The information the admin needs are source, source port, destination, destination port, and protocol. Network layer and target resource are not needed. NSG security rule are evaluated by priority using 5 information points: source, source port, destination, destination port, and protocol to either allow or deny the traffic. Question number 24. The security admin wants to protect Azure resources from DDoS attacks. Which Azure DDoS protection tier will the admin use to target Azure Virtual Network resources? The options are basic, standard, and advanced. The correct answer is standard. The standard service tier provides additional mitigation capabilities that are tuned specifically to Microsoft Azure Virtual Network resources. Question number 25. Your organization has several virtual machines in Azure. The security admin wants to deploy Azure Bastion to get secure access to the virtual machines in Azure. What should the admin keep in mind? The options are Azure Bastion is deployed per virtual network, or deployed per subscription, or deployed per virtual machine. The correct answer is Azure Bastion is deployed per virtual network. Azure Bastion deployment is per virtual network, not per subscription or account or virtual network or virtual machine. Question number 26. Much of your organization's application data is in Azure. The security admin wants to take advantage of the encryption capabilities in Azure. Which service would the admin use to store the application's secrets? The options are transparent data encryption, secrets management, Azure Keyvault. The correct answer is Azure Keyvault. Azure Keyvault is a centralized cloud service for storing your application secrets. Question number 27. An organization is using Azure and wants to improve their security best practices. Which Azure specific benchmark would the IT security team need to consider? The options are Azure Security Benchmark, Center for Internet Security, Microsoft Cybersecurity Group. The correct answer is Azure Security Benchmark. The Azure Security Benchmark provides prescriptive best practices and recommendation to help improve the security of workloads, data, and services on Azure. Question number 28. Your organization is using Security Center to assess your resources, subscriptions, and organization for security issues. Your organization's overall secure score is low and needs to be improved. How would a security admin go about improving the score? The options are close old security recommendations, remediate security recommendations, move security recommendation to resolved. The correct answer is remediate security recommendations. To improve your secure score, remediate security recommendations from your recommendations list. Question number 29. An organization needs to continuously monitor the security status of its network. What security center tool would you use? The options are continuous assessment, network map, and network assessment. The correct answer is network map. The network map provides a map of the topology of your network workloads, which lets you block unwanted connections. Let us look into the last question on this episode. Question number 30. As the lead admin, it is important to convince your team to start using Azure Sentinel. You have put together a presentation. What are the 4 security operation areas of Azure Sentinel that cover this area? Options are collect, detect, investigate, and redirect. Collect, detect, investigate, and respond. Collect, detect, investigate, and repair. The correct answer is collect, detect, investigate, and respond, not redirect or repair. A SIM or SOAR solution uses collect, detect, investigate, and respond to identify and protect your organization's network perimeter. Question number 31. Your estate has many different data sources where data is stored. Which tool should be used with Azure Sentinel to quickly gain insights across your data as soon as data source is connected? The options are Azure Monitor Workbooks, Playbooks, Microsoft 365 Defender. The correct answer is Azure Monitor Workbooks. Using Azure Sentinel integration with Azure Monitor Workbooks allows you to monitor data and provides versatility in creating custom workbooks. Question number 32. A lead admin for an organization is looking to protect against malicious threats posted by email messages, links, and collaboration tools. The options are Microsoft Defender for Office 365, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Microsoft Defender for Identity. The correct answer is Microsoft Defender for Office 365. Microsoft Defender for Office 365 safeguards your organization against malicious threats posted by email messages, links, and collaboration tools, including Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, and other Office clients. Question number 33. As the admin for team, you are required to provide a short presentation on the use and benefit of Microsoft Cloud App Security to your team. Which of the 4 MCAS pillars is responsible for identifying and controlling sensitive information? The options are threat protection, compliance, and data security. The correct answer is data security. Through the data security pillar, you can identify and control sensitive information and respond to classification labels on content. Question number 34. Admins in the organization are using the Microsoft 365 Security Center on a daily basis. They want to quickly get an understanding of your organization's current security posture. Which section in the Microsoft 365 Security Center will they use? The options are Reports, Secure Score, Policies. The correct answer is Secure Score. Secure Score in the Microsoft 365 Security Center will give you a snapshot of your organization's security posture and provide you with details on how to improve it. Question number 35. Which of the following describes what an admin would need to select to view security cards grouped by risk, detection trends, configuration, health, and more? Options are group by topic, group by risk, group by category. The correct answer is group by topic. You would use this filter to view security cards grouped by risk, detection trends, configuration, health, and more. Question number 36. An admin wants to get a comprehensive view of an attack, including where the attack started and how far the attack has gone in the network. What can the admin use to view this type of information? Options are alerts, reports, incidents. Correct answer is incidents. An incident is a collection of correlated alerts that make up the story of an attack. Question number 37. Employees are allowed to bring and use their cell phones at work. The employees don't want their phone to be under full corporate control, but admins want to allow users to read emails and use Teams while protecting corporate data. Which of the following will allow admins to accomplish these goals? Options are mobile application management, known as MAM, mobile device management, known as MDM, role-based access control, or RBAC. Correct answer is mobile application management, or MAM. This service will allow you to manage apps on your employees' mobile devices without needing full control. Question number 38. An organization uses different types of devices, including Windows, iOS, and Android devices. Admins for that organization have created a security baseline profile in Intune that they want to apply across the devices. To which devices can the security baseline profile be applied? Options are Android devices, iOS devices, Windows devices. The correct answer is Windows devices. Security baseline settings are used only on devices running Windows 10 version 1809 or later. Question number 39. A new admin has joined the team and needs to be able to access the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. Which of the following roles could the admin use to access the Compliance Center? The options are Compliance Administrator role, Help Desk Administrator role, User Administrator role. The correct answer is Compliance Administrator role. This is one of the multiple roles you can use to access the Compliance Center. Last question on this episode. Question number 40. Your new colleagues on the admin team are unfamiliar with the concept of shared controls in Compliance Manager. How would the concept of shared controls be explained? Okay, options are controls that both external regulators and Microsoft share responsibilities for implementing. Controls that both your organization and external regulators share responsibility for implementing. Controls that both your organization and Microsoft share responsibility for implementing. Correct answer is controls that both your organization and Microsoft share responsibility for implementing. Both your organization and Microsoft work together to implement these controls. Question number 41. Which part of the concept of know your data, protect your data, and prevent data loss addresses the need for organizations to automatically retain, delete, store data and records in a compliant manner? The options are know your data, prevent your data, govern your data. The correct answer is govern your data. Capabilities like retention policies, retention labels, and records management enable organizations to govern their data. Question number 42. As part of a new data loss prevention policy, the compliance admin needs to be able to identify important information such as credit card numbers across the organization's data. How can the admin addresses this requirement? The options are use Activity Explorer, use sensitivity labels, use sensitive information types. The correct answer is use sensitive information types. Microsoft provides built-in sensitive information types that you can use to identify data such as credit card numbers. Question number 43. Within the organization, some emails are confidential and shouldn't be encrypted so that only authorized users can read them. How can this requirement be implemented? The options are use Content Explorer, use sensitive labels, use records management. The correct answer is use sensitivity labels. Sensitivity labels helps ensure that emails can only be decrypted only by users authorized by the label's encryption settings. The options are use Content Explorer, use sensitivity labels, use records management. The correct answer is use sensitivity labels. Sensitivity labels help ensure that emails can only be decrypted only by users authorized by the label's encryption settings. Question number 44. Your organization uses Microsoft Teams to collaborate on all projects. The compliance admin wants to prevent users from accidentally sharing sensitive information in a Microsoft Teams chat session. What capability can address this requirement? The options are use data loss prevention policies, use records management capabilities, use retention policies. The correct answer is use data loss prevention policies. With data loss prevention policies, administrators can now define policies that can prevent users from sharing sensitive information in a Microsoft Teams chat session or Teams channel, whether this information is a message or in a file. Question number 45. Due to a certain regulation, your organization must now keep hold of all documents in a specific SharePoint site that contains customer information for 5 years. How can this requirement be implemented? Options are use sensitivity labels, use the Content Explorer, use retention policies. The correct answer is use retention policies. You can use retention policies to define data retention for all documents in a SharePoint site. Question number 46. To comply with corporate policies, the compliance admin needs to be able to identify and scan for offensive language across the organization. What solution can the admin implement to address this need? Options are use policy compliance in Microsoft 365, use communication compliance, use information barriers. The correct answer is use communication compliance. Communication compliance helps minimize communication risk by enabling you to detect, capture, and take remediation actions for inappropriate messages in the organization. Question number 47. An organization has many departments that collaborate through Microsoft Teams. To comply with business policies, the IT organization needs to make sure that users from one particular department are limited in their access and interactions with other departments. What solution can address this need? The options are use communication compliance, use customer logbox, use information barriers. The correct answer is use information barriers. With information barriers, you are able to restrict communications among specific groups of users when necessary. Question number 48. The compliance team wants to control the use privileged admin accounts with standing access to sensitive data so that admins receive only the level of access they need when they need it. How can this requirement be implemented? Options are: use communication compliance, use privileged access management, use the audit log. The correct answer is use privileged access management. You can use privileged access management to require users to request just-in-time access to complete certain tasks. Question number 49. A customer has identified an issue that requires a Microsoft engineer to access the organization's content to determine the root cause and fix the issue. To protect the organization, the engineer shouldn't be able to access content and perform service operations without explicit approval. What capability can address this requirement? The options are: use privileged access management, use information barriers, use customer lockbox. The correct answer is use customer lockbox. Customer lockbox brings your organization into approval workflow. The engineer will ask for access and will only have access for the stated duration they have requested for. Let us look into the last question. Question number 50. A new admin has joined the compliance team and needs access to the core e-discovery to be able to add and remove members, create and edit searches, and export content from a case. To which role should the admin be assigned? Options are: add them as a member of the e-discovery manager role group, add them as a member of the e-discovery review role, add them as a member of the e-discovery custodian role. The correct answer is add them as the member of the e-discovery manager role group. Members of this role group can create and manage core e-discovery cases. They can also add and remove members, place an e-discovery hold on users, create and edit searches, and export content from a core e-discovery case. Congratulations on completing the SC-900 course. Thank you so much for your time and patience to go through this content. I hope the information which I provided in this course was helpful. All the very best for your examination. I will see you on a next course. Until then, take care.